Yeah, it's going to be that time. It's time for some Final Four basketball action. I can't believe we've actually made it this far. Guys, those of you who have been with us, gals, too, we committed to streaming these shows. I didn't think it was going to be a good idea, and here we are, 30-something games later, and it's in the Final Four. The Auburn Tigers taking on the Florida Gators. It's going to be on CBS, and Sir Charles is going to be there as part of the crew, as it should be. Guys, it's a great day for basketball. It's a great day to be an Auburn fan. It's a great day to be an Auburn observer, commentator, whatever I am. My name is Jay Tate, as you can see right there, and I'm the publisher/Commodore at auburnsports.com, part of the Rivals Network, and it is a website that has been around a very long time. I have been around a very long time. I'm sad to say I'm 52 years old now. I've been doing Auburn, writing about Auburn my entire adult life. And I'm glad to be hanging out with you guys today and talking about Auburn nonstop. That's kind of what we do here. The broadcast, they kind of get flavors from both teams. Really here, we're just all Auburn. We don't really care about Florida, and we're fine with Florida sucking. CDF jumps in with a super chat. Adjust my phones just a little bit here. He says, sack up, boys. Tight D, knock down some shots and don't foul. We need to be tuning in on Monday. That's my guy right there. CDF has been here. Get those clapping sounds up, JG. Has been here with us. Saw the team in Maui, and he's just an absolute stud. Not living here in Alabama anymore, at least not right now, but still loves his Auburn Tigers. And I'm glad to have CDF kicking things off. Cleveland Brown says, stay hydrated, fellas. Let's make history. War Damn Eagle. # ready for more. I do have a full Owala loaded with water, Cleveland Brown. Speaking of that, we need to talk a little bit about why I'm going to be hydrating tonight. I meant to pay some particular attention. We'll talk about that here in a second. Feel Like a Stranger jumps in to say, word up, much love, trainers, Swoogans and Tates. It's all right here in front of us for the taking. Chad Bacon Lasagna is due. Past due. Miles is due. Big Game, Tahad, and Monstars will show up. Big Game, Hot, and the Monstars. Yeah, Chad is definitely due. We were talking about this, I think, in our last game, that he'd had a run there where he hadn't played great. And seeing him in practice, that he was limited in practice. I don't think necessarily because he was hurt. I think they're just kind of giving him time to rest his various ailments. But yeah, he's definitely due. He's a great player. He's been a great player. He's carried Auburn in some cases, and I think that tonight would be a great night for him to be a nice contributor. I think this is still going to be a Janai, Tahad, Dylan game. That's how it usually works. And defense is going to be at a premium. Speaking of it at premium, I need you guys to give me some input on what I need to be drinking tonight. So my first thought was I would drink this 2019 Private Selection Maker's Mark, right? So the 2019 Private Selection, it's from 2019. That's the last time Auburn was in the Final Four. We were concerned at the time that might be the last time they'd be in the Final Four, and here they are again. So, they're Blue Bloods now officially. So I thought about that. I also thought about this redemption because, beating Florida would indeed be quite a redemption, and also essentially getting rid of the Virginia taste would be awesome. The fact that they double dribbled and they didn't call it. And then also I have this. I hesitate to even show you this because I have an idea where this is going, but also Stag, formerly known as Stag Jr. I don't know if you guys can see the proof on that pitch. 137 proof. As you guys know, the last time we drank Stag on the air was 2018, and I got Ole Miss drunk, and I made an ass out of myself. So I was thinking about which one of those you need me to drink tonight. Whichever one you think gives Auburn the best chance to win. Also, a super chat coming through from Stu Pup. Stu Pup. My man, give him an applause for that one. Says nothing to say except War Eagle Drain family. Stu, appreciate you, bro. He's been here all season long. He's been here the whole time we've had a channel. He's been here with us. So we appreciate that. Craig says Pettiford over 2 3-pointers for plus 150. Interesting idea. He's got to have more than 2. Kind of depends on the way the game flows, right? Because sometimes he's a driver, sometimes he's a shooter, and sometimes he just does whatever the hell he wants to do. So it's something to think about. Let's see. Tim says Ole Miss drunk. Melee says rotate, drink one every segment. That's a good idea, Melee. I like that one. Not Salty says JG, we've got tornado warnings up here north of Nashville. Game not on due to local weather. Oh, we give them the Janai thumbs down on that. Most bad weather and not being able to see your Auburn Tigers. We'll definitely be talking about it here a bunch. Hopefully we'll be able to keep you with us. G, and stay safe up there. North. When you talk about north, you talking about like Portland, Tennessee? Or are you talking about Bowling Green? Or are you talking about Bonneville, Kentucky? There's a lot of places up that way. I don't know exactly. The more specificity, the more I can kind of know right where you're at. Well, and not in a non-weird way. We Drink Shit says redemption. We lost in 2019. That's fair. I think that's a good way to do it. Mike says redemption for the egg. The guys laid in Neville against Florida earlier this year. Let's give it a TPIR horn for that one. Yes, Auburn was probably at its worst. Well, I hate to say that. Auburn did have a 10-point lead in that game, but second half was a problem. And Florida just had some ideas, some very small ideas about how to take advantage of some of Auburn's defensive tendencies that I think Auburn's going to be a little salty about this time. Not in a not salty way, just in a no. Hendersonville/Gallatin is where my man Not Salty is. So we'll be thinking about you, G, and doing the best we can here to keep you up to date with what is going on. Let's go ahead and bounce over to our main page here. Our friendly confines. I do want to get BMAT on the horn. He is, of course, one of our 3 reporters we have in San Antonio today, which includes him, Stoltze, and Daniel, our intern. Bill Raftery, a man who has seen a lot of basketball, if you know what I mean. All right, so I'm going to start with the makers tonight, and I think Melee's probably got the right idea that we'll just rotate, okay? This is 2019 private selection, and we'll just get it started right there. This is 2019 juice, as the kids say. Right there on the left side of your screen is the scouting report for the Florida Gators. And, oh, look at that. Cleveland Brown is in Murfreesboro. CBS won't stop showing the damn weather radar. I want to make sure you guys are Gucci, man. And let's see. We Drink Shit says he's in Leper's Fork. I should know better. I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with that one. I've seen it. I just don't know how to say it. I just got a bottle, so let's double up. I'll definitely take a swig off that in a little bit. We Drink Shit so that I wouldn't want you to drink alone with nobody else. Spicy Pieces, please, God, win this game. Please, God. Ephesians jumps in with a super chat. You can see it there on your screen, but I'll highlight it as well. It says, I may never get to super chat a drain in a Final Four, so here it is. To a big W today. Love you, JG, and thank you for everything, brother. Ephesians, thank you for being such a strong part of our group. The whole season we did this. We were doing the North Alabama game. We were doing the Monmouth game. We were doing those goofy games that nobody cared about earlier in the year, and I know you guys were there with me. Making me feel good about it that we were still doing these. We're committed to these. Now here we are, Bright Lights, Big City, and you guys are still here, so I appreciate you all doing that. Ephesians, you're a big part of that as well. Chip, a big part of it as well. He says, should I have drank? I'm so used to doing this on the blend. You guys can see it on your screen already. Should I have drank those 2 coffees an hour ago? Hell yeah, you should have. You're doing great. First sip down. All right, if we're going to get B-Man on the horn, we need to get him now. And I want to get an update from him. They're telling me on Skype that they're going to... Come on, guys. All right, thank you. Skype's going away. So that's the way that I've always had people call into the show. It's going to be a little tricky when they don't have it. We'll have to figure out something. All right, it's ringing. We soon will have BMAT from San Antonio.
What is up?
What up, BMAT?
Oh, man, I'm right here at the Alamo Dome. Both teams just came out for their final warm-up. Place is loud as you know what. I'd say Auburn is twice as loud and twice as big as Florida right now as far as the number of fans here.
What do you think? What's it like being there, man? Tell me the spectacle. What's it like?
I can't hear you. What?
Tell me about the spectacle, just being there. What's it like to be there at the Final Four?
Shit, I can't hear. Hello?
Hey, man, are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
What's it like being there, man? What's the spectacle like?
Oh, it's pretty nice. I mean, for us, we're behind a bunch of Florida students. But if things go the way I think they will, I plan on getting a lot of video and pictures of sad and drunk Florida students. So stay tuned.
Oh, I like the sound of that. You're optimistic. What do you think is going to happen in this one?
I just think Auburn is fired up and ready to play some ball. I just do. And I'm just watching them right now in warm-up. They are, they look like they're ready to play. I think it's going to be a great game. Florida's not a team that anybody's going to blow out, so it's going to be a battle. But I'm betting on Denver and Miles and Tahad and Janai and Dylan and Cheney and all those guys to get it done tonight.
Word. All right, B-Matt, please be safe and keep an eye on Stoltze.
I will. He went to go get some drinks, so non-alcoholic drinks, I think.
I think. All right, bro. We'll check in with you later.
All right. Peace out.
See you, man. Bye. There he is, B-Matt. I knew he was having a hard time hearing me, so I wanted to make sure we were Gucci. Runner 24, thank you for mentioning that Parker Pritchett, the offensive lineman, I should say, from Columbus, Georgia, 4-star, committed to Auburn today in the wake of Big Cat Weekend, which was going on. I guess it started yesterday a little bit. Had some guys coming in yesterday. Really, the bulk of it was today. And Caleb was up there, kind of there for the guys coming in and the guys leaving, and then had a chance to talk to Parker. And that's pretty awesome that Auburn continues to recruit the offensive line, like big, long, strong offensive linemen. This is something that we are not used to as Auburn observers. That's something that Gus kind of gave up on. I don't think Harsin was doing a very good job of it either, but this staff is doing a great job of it, and they're starting to add up and stack up, and eventually I think this is going to pay out. Can't say that, each guy is going to be a stud, but if you get a lot of guys in there, you don't have to worry about each individual guy. You just look at them as a group and say, hey, we get 3 good ones out of here, we're Gucci. That's how you feel about that. Let's see. What else we want to talk about? Florida, things you've got to worry about with Florida. They've got Walter Clayton. They've got Elijah Martin. They've got Hall has been playing great as the power forward there, although I've got some questions about him defensively. I wonder, do they have the strength and the length to consistently disrupt Janai if he's in the zone? Do they have the defensive ability to repel Janai when he's going off, to Cheney when he's feeling confident, even Dylan when he's ready to ball up? I just wonder about it a little bit. So, see, Spicy P says Chad had respiratory problems, a hip injury, a thumb injury. What the hell is going on? And a back injury. Well, I can answer that. The short answer is I'm not sure all that's a problem. The long answer is he's just such an incredibly thin player. I was looking at him the other day. I was talking to him, actually, and then he started talking to somebody who's standing next to me at practice. He wears those Under Armour pants, that like keep you warm. Like not pants, but like the stretch stuff you wear under your clothes, And his legs are so narrow, they're so thin that Mary Catherine Malone. Amazing. His legs are so thin that like those things aren't tight on his legs. They almost look like pants. And these are like the tighties that we all wear like when it's cold outside, I was like, man, that guy is really thin. So he's such a swashbuckling player. He's very thin. And I think he just gets injured. He gets banged up really easily, He's run into a stanchion. He's run into cheerleaders. He's run into a photographer this year. And Melee, I don't really understand if Chad skipped a Skittles snack, would need an IV. Man, I'm telling you, the guy lives on candy. I don't understand how he does that. I really don't. Super chat coming through from one of my favorites, Mang. What up, Mang? In the words of immortal Al Bundy, let's rock. Yes, sir. I watched that show, Married with Children. Amazing. David Faustino, Christina Applegate, Katie Seagal, Ed O'Neill. Amazing. Man, this is such a big deal, man. Like Auburn, back to the Final Four, of course, that's a big deal. But the fact that it's like Auburn kind of got embarrassed a little bit by the Florida Gators inside Neville Arena earlier this year. And then it's Todd Golden, who worked for BP. Like, I know you guys know all this, but it's just a lot of drama there. And I really don't think BP is going to want to lose again to his protege on this stage. He's going to find a way. Kenny E is with us again. War Eagle JGT. It's time to take that next step today. My man, I love that attitude. This is, by the way, for Mang. Thank you for the super chat and for always being here, man. We got so many legends in the chat. I just love logging on and seeing that we got all the pillars are here with us, and I appreciate you guys committing to being with me on the air this year. And like I said, from start to finish, there's a great moment. Auburn in the Final Four. I'm fired the fuck up. Playing Florida, trying to avenge that loss from earlier in the year, and prove that Auburn really was a Hattori Hanzo sword. Just kind of prove itself, right? Madison Assis says LFG Splash City, baby. We got one for that. Can't wait to hear that one played a few times today. Every time Auburn hits a three-pointer, we play that, of course, you know. Ravin is with us, as is customary. We love having Ravin here. He says, Chad Bacon-Mazzara, playing with heart is what matters the most. Find ways to contribute is what the team needs most. And Obsworth said, I've never been more nervous for an Auburn sporting event. Interesting. I feel like I get more nervous for football games. I don't know why that is. I get way more nervous for football games. P-Pass notes that the Wood Memorial is about to go off live from Hot Springs, Arkansas. And we got, Santa Anita is going to go today. I think there's only 5 horses in that race, although they're all really good. Well, 4 of them are really good. And also saw that Bluegrass Stakes got moved, I think, to Tuesday because of the weather up there, so that's going to be interesting as well. Our Derby, those of us who pay attention to the Derby. Brandon J says, not nervous. And Eric says, first time brain drain, a long time podcast listener subber. Appreciate you being here, Eric. Hanging out with us for this outstanding event. I was going to say a generational event, but, honestly, I mean, this is twice now in 5 or 6 years, so maybe it's not generational. Maybe this is just something that should happen more often, you know what I mean? It was great for Auburn to they had gotten in a little bit of a rut there, right, where they were losing games in the tournament that they shouldn't lose, but not now. Somebody's saying, I don't understand. Is Chip saying his sound is gone? I don't understand. It looks good on mine. I usually get warnings when there's a problem. T Park, T Park, my man. I wish I had a sound just for you, bro. Applause, though. Says War Damn Eagle Crew, 2 more to go. That's right. T Park's counting up the wins ahead, beating Florida and then beating Houston because Duke will lose. Thank you so much, T Park. Another guy who's been here with me from start to finish. And P-Pass says he's got a friend with a horse in the Bluegrass, actually in the race. How amazing would that be to be part of that? Small Victories jumps in with a super chat as well. Huge with us. JJ, huge thank you for your commitment to this season. 2 weeks, 2 streams per week since November. We appreciate you. Small Victories, I'm telling you, if it wasn't for y'all, I would just be a punk shoved inside a tin can doing nothing. So I'm so glad you guys hang out with me and watch the show. We can kind of do this together. I always feel like this is the best chat anywhere because it's like kind of reactive, but also very smart and insightful. So it's just kind of a fun way to do it. This stuff's a little too much for me, but that's okay. The kids deserve it, man. I've gone a long way. Like, y'all looks condon, whatever. Brad B says, War Damn Eagle, let's get this dub, my man. That's what I'm talking about. And also, it sounds like most folks think the sound is good on YouTube. I know occasionally, guys, before we get into trouble, occasionally some users will have like clipping of sound, and the way you solve that is by hitting refresh. And I know it'll temporarily knock your stream off, but it'll come right back. It's not something that's wrong on my end. It's something that's wrong on their end, or not necessarily wrong on their end, but it's just, I don't know, it's just something that goes on. Also, these two teams have recruited against each other a pretty good amount since Todd Golden has gotten to Gainesville. Janai Broom was probably the biggest fish that they went after. It came down to Auburn and Florida for him. Auburn obviously won that one. Auburn and Florida for J.P. Pegues, which Auburn won, and now J.P. doesn't play, and not due to injury. And then Micah Handlockton, who is their backup center, really tall guy, who broke his leg in the SEC tournament last year. And took him a long time to get back. He ended up picking Florida over Auburn, coming in from Marshall, I think almost 2 years ago now. So it's no surprise that Todd kind of learned the trade under BP and now kind of sees the same kinds of things that he wants in the players that he wants to get out of the portal. So these two guys going at it a little bit when it comes to portal. Cassidy P jumps in with a super chat to say, War Damn Eagle, get stops, get to the rim, and repeat. He's very binary in this, which is something that me and Chip appreciate about Cassidy P. Get shit done and win the game. That's what it really comes down to. Cassidy P says JPP injured his skills. He is not injured, by the way. I know Cassidy P knows that. He's just teasing. But I am so baffled by that whole thing because you go to practice. I don't want to talk about what happens in practice because you guys know the rules, but you go to practice and JP's there and he's hitting shots and he's playing pretty good basketball and he's not hurt and you're like, what's going on? I don't know. I wish that I had a better answer for you about why JP Pegues wasn't a bigger contributor. Chad Baker Mazzara from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Dylan Cardwell from Greater Atlanta, GA. Number 44. Such a valuable player. I do think he gets a little overrated in some ways. This Evan Maya website, Denver Jones from Newmarket AL. These people are trying to say he's the second best player at Auburn. I just wasn't buying that. I do think he's valuable. Miles Kelly. There he is. What a badass transfer from Georgia Tech. There's Chad Pruitt. And there is Todd Golden, the bad guy here. Bad guy. Oh, they got the scouting report here. I like that. It said no left. Like, don't let him go left. Let's see. Jordan says the intros were fire. Awesome. I couldn't hear it. I mean, I don't listen to it because I'm listening to myself. And I would get I would not be able to handle this if I could listen to it. It'd be too much going into my brain. Daniel says Nashville broadcast has been taken over by local weather. I noticed that Cleveland Brown, who's down in Goodlettsville. No, I take that back. He is in Murfreesboro, was having the same problem. And then Not Salty, who's up in Gallatin, was having the same problem too, Daniel. So our friends there in Tennessee, in Central Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, we'll just kind of have to hang with you guys here, maybe try to get you through enough of this storm so you can get the feedback, you know what I mean? And Tim the Toolman says he's in Southern Tennessee. Interesting. I didn't know all you guys were in Tennessee. One of my favorite states to hang out in, honestly. I just feel like it's just good folks. Unfortunately, you guys have to deal with the Vols fans, but they're not. At least they don't bark at you. Josh says, let's go Miles. Spicy Pizzas. Miles looks so ready. And Runner 24 thinks it sounded louder for the Auburn intros. All the anecdotal evidence we have from the floor there in San Antonio, just in the group text I was having earlier with the guys, was that Auburn is outnumbering these other fans, 3 or 4 to 1. Tim says he's in Chattanooga. Chattanooga, first of all, a couple things about Chattanooga. The traffic on the interstate there is unbelievably bad. And the way that you guys privatized your cable, fiber internet is unbelievable, man. It was such, I guess it's not privatized, is it? It's not. It's just you basically took it over yourselves. It's pretty damn cool, man. And somebody really smart had to really push to get that done, and it was a smart thing to do. I love it. Bo is great. Says stay safe, Tennessee folks. Tell me we got a sound for that. We should have like an uplifting sound instead of just a bunch of guys. Here's what I think of my guys in Tennessee. You
could drop a tarantula into his shorts and he'll still be cool.
Tim says shout out to the Mocs, the UT Chattanooga Mocs. May just be called Chattanooga now. Winning the NIT. And probably should have lost to the Anteaters. But they missed a bunny at the buzzer and gave the Mocs new life. Here we go, guys. About to tip this bad boy off from San Antonio inside the Alamo Dome. Auburn against Florida, the rematch from February 9th. Florida won that one 90-81. Let's see what happens here. Auburn will take possession to open the game. Jester says revenge tour starts now. That's what I like to hear. All right. So you got basic man here. Auburn going to try to go one-on against Hall. I don't like followaways from Janai very much. I don't think any of us do, but if he's going to hit the shot, what are you going to do? think Florida just getting a little physical with him, testing that arm a little bit. That's the arm that he's going to push off with because it's his right arm. He shoots with his left. Florida hits a 3 to open. Bastards. Just kind of, giving that elbow a little work and make sure it's up to speed, up to snuff. Walter Clayton, of course, came to Florida. He's from Florida. He's from Lake Wales. Came to Florida from Iona, where he's playing for Coach Rick Pitino.
Boom shakalaka!
Dylan with a dunkski off a pass from Chad Bacon Lasagna, 4-3 Auburn Tigers early. 69.6 field goal percent for Dylan actually seems low, man. I feel like he hits everything. He only takes like 3 shots a game, though. That's the trick. Wow, he missed that shot. Good God, man. The Florida guy did. I'll give Janai some credit on that one. Oh, man, it was such a nice shot from Chad, and Dylan dribbled it out of bounds. All right, so the good news is that Auburn's fighting for rebounds, had a second chance opportunity there, although Dylan lost the ball. It was still a great effort. There you go. I like Chad kind of looking over to Coach Corey and saying, yes, and then Corey looking back and saying, yes. Corey, I don't know if Corey played in the Final Four, though. Corey played at Oklahoma State when they were good, and he definitely played in the Sweet 16. Wow, Miles just said, hey, man, I'll just pull up here and transition and try a 3. He missed the first one. You know how Miles is. It's kind of feast or famine with him. And he will continue shooting. Schaefer Kia says, defense without fouling. Coach Sonny Smith would love to hear you saying that, my man. Let's get this. I'll start getting the notes together for our segment counter. As you guys know, we like to say who won each segment, each 4-minute segment. It doesn't work quite like that in the NCAA tournament because the TV timeouts. Whoa, he missed that one. TV timeouts can be a little funky. I think in the Michigan game it was. We had like 7.5 straight minutes of play one time. And they didn't really catch up the advertisements, so we just had to skip one. That's fine. Spicy says we don't need to jack threes 5 seconds into the shot clock. I mean, it's Auburn being Auburn, though, right? I mean, Miles is one of those. He can be an unconscious shooter. Miles taking one again, missing badly. Janai with a stick back.
He's heating up.
All right, Janai's 2 for 2 right now. You love to see it if he can heat up. He's a problem. I don't think Florida defensively has what it takes to stop him if he's hot. I think that's Elijah Martin. He did not play in the first game in Neville Arena. He was hurt. And he's another one of the Florida Gulf Coast expats. Found his way to University of Florida. We're doing a kick strip. Dude, that shot from Miles was so bad. God, that was like an NBA Jam style brick where it just sits on the rim and spits off. Like, yikes. Yeah, Frank G's thinking the same thing I was. If he miss a 3, at least make it close. At least make it a Rod Bramlett in and out. It was 3/4 of the way down, guys. Oh, that was nice from Chad right there. Switching hands on the drive. It was nice. Chad is playing with some confidence tonight, too. Oh, we've already gone to lineup 2.0 here. So you got Cheney checked in, Antahad checked in, and Janai got a little crossed up there. I'm not sure. There was a little miscommunication. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see if that's a one-off. Because you know Todd Golden's going to come up with something unusual, some kind of a wrinkle strategically. I have not seen it yet. That's a foul, dude. Did you not see Janai get? Okay, there we go. I didn't see the foul go up. So Eric says Kelly is missing bad. So here's the thing about Kelly. He is missing bad. You're absolutely right. But he's just one of those guys. There's just no real. There's no real rhyme or reason to him. He has no conscience, so he'll just keep shooting, and he'll go from missing terribly to like splash, 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 and just like that. Janai looked like he was grabbing his arm there after what? That was the third or fourth defensive possession, but hit his free throw. So that's good. He's been wearing that brace. He didn't wear it the first day in practice that I saw him. He wore it the second day in practice I saw him. And he did not go through a traditional practice at Auburn. He was there, but he was kind of working on the side on a bike, working with Damon and the trainer or the assistant trainer. Well, maybe he's the director of athletic performance. I'm not sure. And then he was like taking some shots with his right hand, to kind of get used to that brace and how to finish with it and that kind of a thing. So he seemed comfortable, and I think he's probably on some painkillers. I think it's messed up. Nice play by Miles. Miles is thirsty on defense. He's thirsty on defense. Hey, there's Jeff Shearer. He gets to sit front row behind BP, my man. What a stud, dude. Jeff Shearer. One of the best things about Auburn University these days, and there's a lot of good things going on at Auburn, but Jeff Shearer, just a real bright spot. Such a happy, friendly guy. Florida just hit a 3. Dick. Chad Bacon Lasagna says, oh, no. Says, oh, no. But if Chad's going to be hot, this is a benefit to Auburn. He has been hot for like 3 weeks. Oh, nice defense there. Auburn running. The Tigers are running. Chaney's running. Oh, my God. How was it not a goaltend? Oh, Florida gets a 3 out of it. Man, they are definitely letting them play right now. Good God. I don't know who that would be an advantage to if they play really physical. I mean, it's not. You don't think of Auburn as being a real physical ball club, but I don't think of Florida being that way either. They might be a little more physical than Auburn typically, but I don't think of either one of these as real bruisers type teams. Janai from 3 does not get it. Chaney with a second chance opportunity to Todd Golden's chagrin hit this 3. That's my man right there. Splash. Chad Bacon Lasagna starting to crank it up, man. What's he got, 8 points now? Man, that's going to be big if Chad's going to play like this. What the hell was that? Are they going to call a foul? Is that on Florida? Look at JP Pegues. First guy on the floor to congratulate his teammates. That's what you do, man. That's what you do. I'm going to get over here. By the way, congratulations to softball for clinching a series win at Kentucky. I did not see that coming. Won a pitcher's duel, which is the only way they can. I mean, when you get a great performance out of their pitching is when that makes the big difference. By the way, that foul right before the break was going to be on Chaney. So what we're going to do here is we're going to pull over the box score, which is what we do. We get the hot, fresh stats and see if there's some things that intrigue us and things that don't intrigue us. I already see some numbers I really, really like on this one. Do we give Auburn the edge in that segment? I'm tempted to. Now, for those of you who haven't been watching the stream all year, I have my own personal biases when it comes to looking at a stat box. I love being ahead in shots taken, and I love being ahead in ball handling. I like to have a good assist-to-turnover ratio. Let's see. Frank G thinks that was an even segment. I mean, obviously the score is pretty damn even. Chip's first segment to Auburn based only on the score. I think that's actually kind of that's a good way to look at it. I like that. All right, things that I like about this. Auburn has 3 assists and no turnovers. I absolutely love that. Auburn is shooting 6 of 11 from the floor. I'm good with that. 11 shots to 9 for Florida. I'm good with that, although that's within the, maybe the Auburn just has one more possession or something like that. Brent thinks this one was a wash so far. Rebounding 5-4 for Florida, although that's still, it's still kind of early to be going too deep on the rebounding, but I do love the ball handling. And I do love seeing Chad Bacon Lasagna with 8 points on 3 of 4 shooting guys. That's almost like a full night for him, the way he's been playing the last 3 weeks or so. Let's see, second chance opportunities, 5-zip for the Auburn Tigers. You love to see it. And points per possession, 1.778 for the Auburn Tigers, which is insanity. They were struggling to get over one in the Michigan State game and still scored, 70-something in that game. So let's see. Ephesians says, I could be wrong, but I think Walter Clayton is going to get his. Auburn just has to not let anyone else go off. There you go. Stu Pup says, every segment you've had the lead, you've won. So we're going to go ahead and give that to Auburn, okay? We'll give it to Auburn. Sometimes the segments are so lopsided, we give them like an Auburn plus or a Florida plus. We won't do that here. We'll just give Auburn the slight edge there. And Daniel says, just win each segment by one. That's all it takes. And we'll definitely take that for sure. One thing that's interesting and I think is different about this game so far is that we already knew in the first game that Florida had come out with a different strategic twist, the way they were kind of operating around their ball screens. They were shooting over the ball screens with what I would call a half roll behind it. And Auburn took a while to adjust to that. And it was just kind of a neat wrinkle that nobody had tried or succeeded against Auburn with. I haven't seen any of those wrinkles today. It seems like Florida's just trying to play straight, one-on-one. Haven't really been getting downhill, which surprises me a little bit. Well, they just got downhill right there. With Elijah Martin there. That is definitely going to be a part of the game that Auburn struggles with a little bit, is absorbing teams that want to drive downhill frenetically. And I mean, Florida can do that. Florida did that in the second half in Neville Arena, and that was really what changed a pretty close game into what I felt like was a blowout in favor of Florida in that game in early February. They just lined him up and drove him downhill, and that's what happened right there with Elijah Martin. Melee says, would Florida be another quad one win? Asking for a friend. My man, Elijah Martin hits both free throws and gets the Florida Gators to 16. All square. Daniel says, weather dudes just live for this. Get off my TV. They're just trying to keep you safe, G, but I know the frustration, brother. All right, so we've got lineup, 2.1 here, because you've got Semo. Oh, Tahad.
Boom shakalaka.
Tahad saw that's a little move that Auburn was really hitting a lot in November and December, and then people kind of got wise to it, but it looks like Florida was sleeping on it a little bit, and they just got that little action where he fakes a screen, slides inside, and it challenges Florida's inside defenders to have good eye control, which number one did not do there, and they're just confused about who's going to handle that cut, that flex cut. Semo is kind of a fan favorite or fan hated. He's a great kid. Everybody loves him. You just feel like maybe 5 minutes is as much as he needs. Has really no discernible offensive skills. Just gives you 5 fouls and a lot of heart is what he does. Florida handled that trap really well, and that's why they're in the Final Four. God, what a nice finish by Hall right there. That's great work. 18-18. Tight game. Tight game. You like to see it. Chaney going to try to take him downhill. I like it. Get him, Chaney. Yes, sir. We'll take it.
Drop.
Boy, we've seen some of the peripheral guys really stepping up today. We've seen Chad shooting with accuracy and also confidence, and now we're seeing Chaney play with a little bit of confidence on the attacking end, which is something that generally portends very good things for the Auburn Tigers. Also some really sharp play from Tahad passing the basketball and vision, which kind of comes and goes a little bit with him. But still early for Tahad. He's probably only played 3 or 4 minutes. Denver with a 3 that he would take every single day of the week and missed it, but it was a good one. And Auburn's going to get a second chance opportunity because Dylan fought his ass off to try to get position on that missed shot. My man Neil Jones coming in across the pond. I'm glad this is in the daylight here in the States, so he has a chance to see this. Evening, trainers. Apologize for the late arrival. Pleasure to be in the chat with so many legends of Auburn. We love Neil. The #1 Auburn fan in all of Scotland. Possibly in all of UK, although our girl in Kent, D. Ford, certainly would deserve some consideration on that one. Boy, Janai really looks one-handed here, doesn't he? Or one-armed. What is that move right there? Good golly, Miss Molly. I don't think I've ever seen that move from him before. I appreciate you, Neil. Thanks for being here with us, brother. Brother. I've never seen that move from Janai. How many times have we seen him go to the hole? I've never seen him do that. Wow, nice work from Denver working around that screen to continue keeping pressure on the ball. Oh, that's a walk and a stuff. That was a great defensive possession from the Auburn Tigers right there. A fucking plus. That was great work. I would just take your time here. Have a nice long possession on the attacking end. Get your breath back after that great defensive stand. Hit that Denver. Hit that Denver. Oh, man. Chaney, a very aggressive play there. I like it. So Denver's 0 for 2 on 2 really good looks, which is unusual, but I think that's actually good because he doesn't stay cold very long. He's a much more consistent shooter than Miles is. Ephesians says he loves the effort on the boards right now. I love the effort by Neil J. getting here to hang out with us tonight from across the water. That's what I like. Of course, you guys deserve that as well for being here hanging out with me. Let's get these hot, fresh stats up as we conclude the second segment of the first half of this Final Four game, this national semifinal between the Auburn Tigers and the, whoa, Jay, you messed that up, Big Daddy, like badly. First time for everything. Never screwed that up that way before. All right, let's get the hot, fresh stats up. Auburn maintains its 2-point lead, which is where we were at the last segment, when the last segment ended. Auburn continuing with the excellent ball handling, 4 assists and 0 turnovers for the Auburn Tigers. You love to see it. Second chance opportunities has narrowed to 5-4 Auburn's favor. 8 for 16 from the floor for the Auburn Tigers. 6 of 13 for Florida. So Auburn's +1 at the field goals attempted stat since the last break, which is a number I like. And Auburn also now has wrestled a small rebounding advantage as well, 8-7. So I like a lot of the peripheral things. It's still early, but I like where we're going here. And I thought that was their best defensive possession, was the one right before this this break in play. So let's see. Andrew says, now hold on. I'm in St. Andrews right now. I beg to differ. I'm saying you're not based in Scotland, but you are there, and I'm glad you're enjoying it, bro. That's a good thing to do if you're going to be there. Is play a little hit the links at St. Andrews, by the way. Can't hide money. Let's see. Stoop Up says Denver's down 6-0 to Walter Clayton. He's got to do better than that. It's all about defensively on him, right? I think Denver's #1 plan tonight is going to be a defensive pest on Clayton. Andrew says, I'm screwed by the VPN not helping me out. Can't watch the game. JGT, you're my only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm here to help, brother. Auburn's been playing... Cleveland says, oh, what a dream to watch the Final Four, only to get commentary from our local meteorologist, SMF. God dang it. I was hoping that you would have gotten back in by now, brother, on the broadcast. In general, I like where Auburn's – I like this game so far for Auburn. I know they're only up 2, but all the numbers that I'm looking at here look good, and the way that the eye test looks good to me too. I feel like Florida's hit some shots that weren't as high a quality, and I feel like Auburn's shots in general have been very high quality, with the exception of Miles taking a couple threes that I didn't like. I feel like Chad's shots were good. Denver's shots were beautiful. He just missed them. They were great opportunities. Chaney's been fighting. He put a bucket in earlier, got a great rebound there. So I like where he's playing. And Dylan's got a couple easy ones too. So I like where this is going for Auburn. Auburn's playing great basketball right now. And I feel like the shot quality, again, I think is favoring Auburn. I think it's been better for Auburn. Chaney steps up and hits the first of 2 free throws. We love aggressive Chaney. We absolutely love it. We love the aggressive, confident Chaney Johnson. He can be a difference maker. We've seen him do it before. He's not a number 1 scorer. He never will be at this level, but he can be a good complementary guy if he's confident and he's taking the shots. Oh, John D. says Paramount Plus is streaming the game for the people with weather coverage. Very helpful if they have Paramount Plus. Might be able to get a, whatever. You give them your credit card information, you get a free week or something. Might be able to work out something like that. Florida trying a little bit of a weave, which is something Auburn usually defends really, really well. A little bit late on that one. But Florida was really cranking up the pace on that particular possession, so that makes it tough. Looks like Chad was just a little bit slow on that, and Dylan had his back to the ball. I'm not exactly sure why. That's probably not a great position to be in if you're the rim protector. I'm just throwing ideas out there. All right, 21-22. Both teams probably feeling relatively satisfied with how things have gone so far. I think Florida's good with their shooting percentage, and Auburn is good, I think, with the shot quality and its shooting percentage as well. Tahad was going to be open for a 3 right there, and I'd love to have seen him shoot that in rhythm. I think that was cash money. Chad just didn't feel comfortable. He had a defender in space between him and Tahad on that one, and now they've fucked up the ball. Just got to space out a little bit better than that. All right. I'm opening the redemption. We drink shit. He said earlier that he was going to be drinking some, and I'm going to be drinking some too. Redemption. Hopefully this is when we start turning this game around a little bit. I mean, it's not been bad or anything. I'm just saying. Let's see Auburn go on a 10-0 run right here. By the way, this is Redemption rum cask finish. I'm a big fan of Redemption on the low proof side. This is only 94 proof. That is a tough foul call on Miles right there. That is a tough foul call. I don't blame BP for being incredulous on that one. Let's see the replay on this. Nah, he hit his arm. No discussion about that. There's no room for fussing on that one. I don't understand what we're looking at here. You can't hit the guy on his arm. Tim says Paramount Plus has a 7-day free trial that you can hook up for. I'm sure you're going to have to give me your credit card information, but might as well. Rob says Jack Daniels in hand. I don't love Jack Daniels, but I like the idea you got some whiskey in your hand. I think that's a bad foul too, Chip. But it's 100% a foul. You can't hit him on the arm like that. Oh, we're investigating as to whether that's a shot clock violation, huh? It is not. But it was damn close. Let's see who the refs are in this game, actually, Brian. That's a worthwhile question. Let's see. Roger Ayers, who I don't know. Tony Padilla, who I used to know. He used to do SEC. I don't notice him as much. And then Courtney Green, who does some SEC. But none of those guys are major SEC guys. Oh, I didn't notice that the Under Armour logo on the jerseys is gold. That's pretty badass. I like that. That's a nice little twist. That's pretty cool. I feel like a stranger says, need to go back to Broom. He was playing great earlier. I mean, they gave him a couple opportunities early, and he was great. I wonder if they're trying to ease up on that because he hurt his arm again, tweaked it or whatever. It could be something to just kind of keep an eye on. It doesn't seem like it's bothering him, though, like anything more than like when we started. So they're going to be 3 free throws. He's already hit his first 2. And Chip says, Miles dragging down the operation lately. How about that? Missed the 3rd free throw, though. And Sir Dylan gets the rebound. So this is good. Florida already has 8 free throws, which concerns me a little bit. That's a lot. You know, sometimes Auburn gets into games where they have a huge free throw disparity, and I don't like that very much. Janai with another like runner about 8 feet and misses it. I don't, that's not a shot that he's taken a bunch of this year. I don't understand why they're introducing that. I think that's a bug, not a feature. Nice steal from Janai, though, on the other end. Auburn seems a little overclocked right now. I don't really know how else to say it. That's a nice shot. That's a quality shot from Denver. Missed that one, too. So he's 0 for 3 now. All 3 are good shots, though. He just got to keep shooting. He doesn't look desperate to me. The shots don't look panicked. I think he just needs to keep shooting. We know Denver will hit. Auburn had 4 guys in rebounding position there, and they did get the board. That's a good thing. I do think the offense typically works better with Denver at the point. I like the hot a lot. I just think Denver, it flows a little bit better with Denver. Wow, nice finish from Denver to get into traffic and finish with 2 guys on him like that. Change the height of the ball. He's good at that. Daniel wants to know how that was not an and one. I'm the same way, brother. Looked like it would be. Oh, shit, man. Janai just absolutely, oh, my God. I'm not going to say the word. Oh, nice move by Miles. Drop. Little stutter step. Sped up and slowed down and sped up again and just breezed by him for the layup. I like that. Nice play by Florida with the turnaround right there. Nice patient play. I like quality basketball. I don't care who does it. Aberdeen. Let's see if Janai does anything with his right hand or right arm here. I'm just curious to see if... Oh, damn. Number 5 just literally punched him on the way through. That's a splash, though. Splash. Miles hits one. Janai was trying to come across the lane there and literally got punched in the shoulder by number 5, like just punched. And Janai looks over at the... There's a turnover for Florida. That's what you fucking get for trying to punch him. Auburn playing better right now. Auburn's playing better than Florida right now. Todd Golden pissed. Maybe he's saying you should have punched the other shoulder, dick. I'm going to give Auburn... Okay, so I'm going to go even on the second one. I'm going to go Auburn in that one. I thought Auburn had a great final minute of that segment with the Denver splash, 2 good defensive stands of the last 3 possessions, and then Miles hitting that, ripping that 3 right there. I think gives Auburn the advantage in that segment. I'm going to go ahead and pull over the hot fresh stats, and we'll take a look. I think Auburn did have a turnover there. Yes, they did. They ruined it. They had a turnover. Oh, my God. What game was it where they had that rash of turnovers? Was it the Creighton game? Where they finished like 15 assists and 15 turnovers, and we were like, what the hell's going on? The games get away from me sometimes. They definitely had it under control for Michigan State, and they definitely have it under control today so far. 5 assists, 1 turnover for the Auburn Tigers. 2 assists and 3 turnovers for Florida, which is interesting. Auburn is now +4 in shots attempted, which I'm happy about. Cassidy P notes that with with Clayton, Walter Clayton, I was going to call him William, Walter Clayton on the bench, and we seize the lead. Drive it, drive it, drive it. I like it. Travis J's in the house. So glad to see you, bro. I feel like you're our good luck charm. Auburn never loses when you're here. So I'm glad you made it, bro. Brent, yes, Michigan. It was the Michigan Wolverines. Thank you for reminding me of the turnover problems. It was so weird because Auburn never has turnover problems, and then they did in that game. Thank you for reminding me of that. Auburn's rebounding advantage is +2, which is still, kind of minor. Second chance opportunities is a +3 for the Auburn Tigers, which I like. One thing I don't love right now is the free throw disparity, which is the same as it was when I brought it up earlier, like 2 minutes ago. But 6 of 8 for Florida, 4 of 4 for Auburn. I love the percentage, but I'd like to see more free throws for Auburn. Again, as we've talked about all year, Auburn's default setting is to jump shoot. Look at the guys on the floor. Janai's a jump shooter. Denver's a jump shooter. Chad Bacon-Lasagna's a jump shooter. Miles Kelly doesn't have to be, but he doesn't finish very well at the rim. So he's kind of turned into a jump shooter. Tahad's a jump shooter. Chaney's a jump shooter. I mean, it's like an entire team full of jump shooters. You don't draw a lot of fouls doing that, but I still think it's important for Auburn to be a little more aggressive. I think Janai can get some of that done, although you wonder a little bit if he can shield as well with his arm in that condition. Ephesians says, Jay, what would Gus say about this one? He would say, it's been pretty solid. Hey, Gus, how they doing? Solid. Do you think they can win playing like this? No doubt. It's pretty big. It's a big game. I've said it a million times, but I'll continue to say it. Todd Golden, one of my favorite guys to talk to when he was here. Just a real pleasure to talk to and hang out with, and just friendly, and taught me some stuff, and just cool as shit. Travis J., the working man himself. Says 2 best teams playing. We got this, JG. Keep the paint locked up when we're with. Let's see. Keep the paint locked. We're up 4 without the GOAT Ja'Kai in. My man. Pulling for some Ja'Kai Howard. We will not forget. Appreciate you being here, Travis J., and I'm glad you're able to make it. I know you had to miss some games because of work. That's a foul. 100%, dude. How is it not a... Okay. We'll just say that wasn't a foul. Janai at whatever, 235 pounds, just happened to get hit and knocked a foot off course. But there wasn't any contact. No big deal. Oh, Hall just got his shit just absolutely packed right there. Oh, my God. I think that's the second time that's happened. All right, Janai just did a little pass flip, like a flip pass, I guess. I don't know why I said flip pass, with his right hand there. So he can do some stuff with it. They're still trying that little drop cut. Oh, they're going to call a foul on Handlockton. Leaning on Janai. They definitely have that. They're doing that. They're leaning on him. Trying to, and it's legal. It's not like immoral or anything, but they're trying to get that. They're just kind of feeling him out to see how much he can take. But a little too much there on that one. That's going to be a penalty. He's being penalized. All right, so you've got Tahad running point, and Denver as a 2, kind of floating, looking for his jump shot. One of the great things about having those 2 guys on the court at the same time is you can shapeshift a little bit and let one guy become like the point. And Tahad now has played so many games with Auburn, he can transition mentally it's too easy. He can transition very easily mentally into that 2 spot. Whereas in the beginning, he was strictly just kind of playing 1. BP's big on that. He says, my freshman need to play 1 position and stick with it. But now I think they've been cheating it a little bit because he's 30-something games into it. And he could float a little bit more. Damn. The turnover. I actually like that movement by Denver to come floating outside. If you saw, he drew 2 defenders, and Florida was too spread out defensively. I think if that pass had been on target, they could have zipped it back inside and done some damage, but unfortunately the pass is just a little bit off course there. It happens. Ravin says have to run a play. This is too loose. Auburn does like, the players like playing open. And sometimes they get a little too open. Too much open. Nice rebound from Miles. I'd love to know the numbers. If Miles gets 5 or 6 rebounds in a game, does Auburn ever lose? Like, I feel like when he contributes some rebounds, it just helps. It just helps. He had 6 in the Michigan State game, which made me happy. Oh, Tahad was just patiently waiting for Florida to fuck that up, and then he just drove. You know who likes that? Cass DP likes that, and I know Feel Like a Stranger likes that too. They love seeing Auburn drive the basketball. I'll say that is not a foul. Board. Chaney gets the board. All right, there you go. Finish off that possession. 5 minutes to go in the half. All right, Auburn, right now, put your fucking foot down and let's get a little 6-0 run here. And get them on their back fart. Oh, he's able to get it out. Tahad was as he falling down. Still got 10 seconds on the shot clock. I think that's a good idea to give it to Denver and let him operate this. Oh!
Boom shakalaka!
Boy, that was tasty right there. That might be in the one shining moment movement right there. Look at this. That was majestic. I don't know what this means, but it was pretty damn badass. Ravin says, what balance in the air? That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. He's got the ball high-low thing going. Whoosh. He knows how to change like that. I'm telling you, defensively, it messes with your head. He's hard to predict. He missed a free throw, guys. Denver, never misses free throws. He's 95%. How about that? All right, so Auburn's up 6 here. I'm not surprised Auburn's up. Oh, another turnover, though. Cass DP says, Zep. Of course, somebody on our boards in the beginning of the season said, AU Tiger 8830 said that Zep and Denver are basically the same player, which is just laughable. Denver wasn't sure what he wanted to do there, and I think it messed up his shot. It happens. What a great move by Clayton there. Good God. To fake that pass and then continue on and take the shot and finish it. Whoa. That's good. It's high-level basketball. These teams are tired, man. I mean, they're not terminally tired, but they've been playing really hard. Both teams on the defensive end. That's a great finish from Walter Clayton right there. My God. That's really good. 33-29. What do we think about that segment, fam? I think that was probably even. I would have been tempted to say Auburn, but I thought Florida gets that bucket there. I don't know if Auburn had just gotten, let's say if Denver had been able to hit that little floater at the free throw line, I probably would have definitely given it to Auburn. Ravin still thinks that's a segment edge to Auburn, which I respect his opinion. I might be wrong about this. If you guys feel like that was a segment win to Auburn, speak up in the chat because that's important to me. I'm willing to put that down for AU. I'm also willing to put down even. Frank G's been kind of a tough grader tonight, so I'd like to hear what he has to say about that while I get these hot, fresh stats put up for you. Let's see. Cassidy P says that segment was us until we didn't hit the free throw or the floater and or gave up the Clayton drive. I think that's fair. I didn't like the way Auburn ended that segment. So I'm going to go ahead and give that an even. Brandon J says we won that. Frozen Heart thinks it was a push. CDF thinks Auburn should be up 10-ish, which I agree with. I think Auburn's playing better than Florida so far, but we're not quite there. I'm I'm gonna go even on that one, guys. I wish I could give it just slightly to Auburn, but I feel like if I put AU down, it's got to be a pretty firm AU. And I already gave them the first segment when I didn't necessarily. I thought it was just barely Auburn. Frank G does note, who's been a hard grader today, by the way, says we're chipping away at them, even though when we're missing shots, which is super encouraging. I agree. And Okra says time to go on a little run. That's my guy right there. I think it's time for a little run too. Speaking of little run, I think it's time for me to crack open this stag, which is a truly terrible idea, but I'm going to open it anyway. Those of you who have been a part of the drain for a long time know that we talk about getting Ole Miss drunk, which is when I was doing an Ole Miss football game, Auburn Ole Miss football game, and pounded Stag Jr. the whole fucking show. I got really drunk and damn near blacked out on the air. That was 2018. That was a while ago. This is 137 proof Stag. We used to call it Stag Jr. Now we just call it Stag. I'm going in, boys. I'm going in. Oh, God, I got to finish this first. Courtney says, oh, no, not the Stag. We do have Courtney here tonight to keep an eye on me. Oh, we're going to have a 3-point foul for Tahad Pettiford, who's an outstanding free throw shooter. Yes, I'll take it. And we're going to go to another break. So I'm talking about it's weird in the tournament, man. They do weird stuff with the breaks. We Drink says, Joe, go Jay. I thought you wanted me to drink this 94 proof Redemption, my man. Mike says, JGT, we have to make it to the finish. Yeah. You're right about that, bro. And Bruce Pearl is all the data you need, says we need more likes. Thank you for encouraging folks to get those likes, bro. I got to finish this Redemption first. Hold on, chat. I got to finish this first. I didn't realize I poured such a big one. Oh, God, it's still like sunny outside. It's really weird. Frank G says that break is intentional to mess up Tahad. I didn't understand why we had to. I guess we owed them another commercial or something. Oh, my God. All right, here we go. Again, Stag Jr., 137 proof. You guys can see that. This is not beginner bourbon here. This is complicated-ass big boy bourbon. And I got to be real careful with this stuff because at 137 proof, I'll be gone. To the Auburn Tigers and to all you badasses who've been here, appreciate y'all. It feels so good when it touches your lips. God bless. Oh, my God, you can really feel that. That's got a real Kentucky hug on it, man. That's a Kentucky kick in the nuts right there is what that is. My God. Oh, all right. I'm good. Oh, by the way, I did want to tell you guys. Luke Duke, he has a request for a soundbite. It has no meaning to what we're doing right now, but I still love it, and we'll play it because I love it.
Who is Swag, baby? Who is? Oh, prime, preach.
P-Pass says call 911. It's just, hey, call the ambulance, but not for me, my man. I want to tell you guys, not that you guys care, but I care. Pipe, here he is. Oh, Jay. God, you annoying dick. There he is, Pipe. He sent us, when Purdue was in the Final Four last year, he sent us Purdue shirts, me and J-Dub, to wear for good luck. And this year, since Purdue got knocked out and the Auburn Tigers are in, we reciprocated and sent him a Call God t-shirt. So there he is at home. I've got some questions about why he allows his wife to put this stupid Easter shit on his mantle, but that's for him to answer to, and we'll talk about that this summer. But there he is, calling God, and he's bringing it from the Purdue side. So that's Pipe right there doing his thing, doing his part to help the Auburn Tigers. Let's see. Hornatius says, take an espresso shot, nerd. No, As you know, I have AFib, and there's no caffeine. There's no room for caffeine in my diet, so there will be no espresso. Unless there was a caffeine-free espresso, which sounds really like a stupid idea, right? Oh, my God. Bruce Pearl's All the Daddy You Needs is Bucket Hod. Oh, my God. What a great phrase. I love it. As a fan of Buckethead myself, to call him Bucket Hod, I love it. We need to get him with a KFC bucket on his head, Michael Myers mask, funeral on the bucket, and a yellow raincoat with long black hair and a guitar. There it is, man. Okay, so Handlockton taking a 3. That surprised me a little bit. No, that was Hall. I take it back. And then Miles Kelly with another rebound. I told you, I love it when Miles Kelly rebounds. I'm willing to bet Auburn never loses when he grabs 5 rebounds in a game. I'm going to try Janai again. Oh, my God. How is that not a foul? But we'll take it. Oh, my gosh.
Drop.
That's a good foul, I think, from Chad, honestly. So Janai 100% got fouled on that shot. I have no idea how that wasn't called. Ephesians says, how was that not a foul? I have no idea. I mean, what? He must have run over there and been like, stop, easy, easy. Dude, that's Dak Jr. still hitting, bro. All right, 31 for the Florida Gators. I thought that was a good foul by Chad. I thought that was going to be an easy layup, and you might as well make him earn it at the free throw line. As Gus would say, make him earn it. Oh, Janai.
He's heating up.
What a nice little move, man. I think they're challenging him to finish with his right hand, and he says, oh, yeah, I can do that. I can finish with my right hand. Watch me do it. Nice work by Miles there to jam up that ball screen, and then Florida gets a 3. But still, nice defensive effort. And then Haw, who's had a really nice tournament, hits a big 3 for them. I don't love Janai taking 3s, as you guys know, and he missed that one. Looked like a pretty good shot. Walter Clayton doing what Walter Clayton does. He missed the shot, though. They're going to get a second chance opportunity. Third chance opportunity and still can't stick one in. So BP's telling him, just take your time. Take your time. There's no reason to get in a hurry here. We'd love to go to the halftime intermission with a nice little lead here. Miles Kelly from 3. That's a good shot, and he splashed that bitch. He's an unconscious shooter. He does not care. He will keep shooting. I think this is why he was not super good at Georgia Tech, because I think he would shoot them out of games. You know what I mean? That's definitely a foul. Todd got a little ahead of himself there. He could shoot him out of games because sometimes, but he can shoot you back into games with this the way it works here, because he was the number 1 guy at Georgia Tech. He's like the number 3 or 4 guy here. So yeah, he did drop the testicular accord right on his head. We'll call that Tahad's testicular accord. Chip says nutface. We'll call Will Richard nutface now. What's up, nutface? Hey. Nutface hit his first free throw there. That's where the press sits for the most part there in the end zones, which I'm not complaining about the seating. But when I was a student at Kentucky covering the NCAA tournament, they put us on the court. And when I covered the Final Four in 2019. I was in the end zone. Couldn't see very well. That's why I didn't understand what was going on with the end of that game. I couldn't really tell what was up. 36-43, Auburn Tigers leading. I think they're just trying to manage this clock. Oh, Janai. Oh, my God.
He's on fire.
Guys, he's really heating up, man. And he's doing it all with his left hand. Nice drive from Florida. Boy, good response. Florida has a good way. They are good with their responses, man. They don't allow problems to stew very long. They find a way to put their foot down and get a bucket. So, and that's what you expect in the Final Four. These are good ball clubs that don't lose a lot of games. So, looks like Auburn's going to play for the final shot here, which I heartily endorse. Oh, hit that. Hit that, Miles. God, he missed it bad. Denver's going to. They're not going to call a foul on that? Oh, they are going to call a foul on that. Are they not going to call a foul on that? Oh, I thought Miles was going to hit that, guys. It was such a cool idea from. Is that Walter Clayton again? That's a great finish from Walter Clayton. That guy's a player, man. He could play for me all day, every day. Official review underway. The stewards are going to take a look at this. Not sure what we're looking at. Oh, they're going to say who's it out off of? Yeah, Mike, perfect. Somebody's got to stop the ball. That he's talking about Walter Clayton's last drive, which was just too easy, man. If that's a foul, that is not egregious. Okay, they're going to put 1.6 on the clock. Is that going to be ball out, or is that going to be free throw shooting? Let me see what they're calling on the stats here. Personal foul on Ballhead, Dick Balls, whatever his name is. What do we call him? Ball face? Nut face? Let's see. Chip says Auburn on pace for 90+. That's a W. Absolutely. I was just thinking previous to this, Auburn's scoring hasn't been awesome in the tournament. Defense has been really good, so it doesn't really matter. But Denver missed another free throw? Is that consecutive free throws missed by Denver? I bet you that's the first time all year he's missed back-to-back free throws. He never misses free throws. I mean, ever. Wow, we'll call him Peckerhead. I can remember that one. And Denver hits one right there. So that's two misses from Denver in one half. It's crazy. Get out of here with that Duke shirt, bro. Nobody cares, man. Everybody hates Duke. We're going to call him Peckerhead. Thank you, Mike. I'm going to remember that, Peckerhead. Will Richard is now Peckerhead. I can't believe Denver missed the free throw. I'm going to look this up right now. How many free throws do you think Denver has missed this year? I bet it's 6. Denver Jones, the line, is 92 of 101. So he's missed 9 free throws this year, and he just missed back-to-back free throws in this game. It's crazy. I thought he was more like 95%. He's actually 91%, which, I mean, is great. But, yeah, wow. He was shocked. I still have no idea. Seriously, man, like pound for pound, how they decided to come up with 1.6 on that bullshit, like, I don't know. I thought it was like close to 0. Auburn not defending the inbounder. And that's how we're going to go to halftime with Auburn Tigers up 46-38. 46-38. Let's see. Are you going to provide some commentary? Hold on, I got to turn you on first.
Oh
no,
my.
She's open.
Oh, my.
Administrative assistant is here with us at halftime. A little bit of
peeps.
a size differential there between Janai and Tracy Wolfson. She's, of course, fired up after drinking the Cami Cam juice. We all know that. 15 years ago now, for those of you who are starting to feel old. She drank the Cami Cam juice 15 years ago. How about that? Let's get some hot, fresh stats up here for you guys. It is definitely getting to be that time to take a look at these halftime stats, and I think there's going to be some numbers on here I'm going to be pretty happy with. I think Janai is doing a hell of a job overcoming. You could tell he does not want to do stuff with his right arm, but he will do it. He had a nice finish there at about the 3-minute mark left with his right hand on a little drive there, a little mini drive. I'm glad he got away from that crossing the rim shit. I'm sorry, crossing the lane shit and the little sideways floaters because I thought that was a terrible idea. Let's take a look at some numbers here. The first thing I look at is 6 assists and 2 turnovers. I'm happy with that. 6 assists on 17 buckets I'm not happy with. That's usually not the way Auburn does things, but I'll take the win. I'll take the lead at the halftime. AU Texan says, JG making the wife blush. Are you talking about your wife or my wife?
Oh, and you said you were turning me on, meaning the microphone.
Oh, yes, I see.
Every player seems involved in this game. Everybody's ready to get out there and beat some ass.
Yeah, there's been a lot of times this year, Courtney, where I thought they would be ready to beat ass, and then they weren't. But you're right. In this game, they all seem like
Everybody's shown up today.
They've got their energizers, the new energizers put in there, and they're ready to go. Also, Jamal reminds us that he had a block with his right arm, too, so that's good to see. Let's see. Other things that stick out here. Auburn is +6 in shots attempted. I like that. I would love for that to finish +12. And the free throw disparity, which I was tripping about earlier when it was 8 attempts for Florida and 4 for Auburn, ends up being 12 for Florida and 10 for Auburn. I can deal with that.
Seems like the refs are actually letting them play the game, too, instead of calling little piddly-ash stuff.
In general, yes. I some of those were a little bit weird toward the end of the half, but I think it went both ways because I'm not sure that Denver got fouled real bad on that last one. If I was a Florida fan, if it was the brain drain on the Florida side, I'd be pissed about that one, but whatever. It's not my problem. So 17 boards to 16. Auburn is leading 17-16. That has been good for Auburn in the past, of course. More specifically in the Iron Bowl, but whatever. Second chance points, Auburn is up 8-4, which is good. Auburn was up 5-0 early. 8-4 I can deal with. If it ends up 16-8, I think that's a W. Fast break buckets, Auburn has 2. It's so strange. I think of Auburn as a fast break team program, maybe is what I should say, but really in the last 2 months, they've been more of a half-court team. That's the truth. That's because they've kind of pared down their rotation down to 7, maybe 8 if you consider SEMO. He only played 2 minutes. So they're a little bit different, but hey, man, you get to the Final Four. Obviously, that's a nice-looking building, the Alamo Dome. I was there in '98 covering it when it was relatively new.
I like watching Chuck.
I know. He's involved, man. I had somebody on the board ask the other day, they said, JT, why is the Alamo Dome not on the Riverwalk? And it's interesting you'd say that because they used to have their arena on the Riverwalk. It was called Hemisphere Arena, where the Spurs played. And they also hosted the NCAA tournament there as well. But they closed it down, and then when they built the Alamo Dome, they built it across the interstate from the Riverwalk. It's not too far. It probably takes you 15 minutes to walk there if you're on that far end of the Riverwalk. But they did have a solution to that problem, and that's the deal there. Other things going on the court, Auburn is +5 in shots hit, 17 buckets to 12 for Florida, so you like to see that. Again, 6 assists, 2 turnovers for Auburn, 3 assists and 5 turnovers for the Florida Gators. They have 2 blocks and no steals. That's interesting. Usually you think of Auburn giving up some steals, but 0. 2 blocks and 4 steals for the Auburn Tigers. And this is really a 7-man rotation here. SEMO played one half of one shift and did really nothing. This is a 7-man deal here with Tahad and Chaney as the 6th and 7th guys, which is really what it's all about. It's what it's been all about the last 6 weeks. Let's see. Walter Clayton is a terrific basketball player. 14 points on 5 of 9 shooting, but as someone mentioned, only 1 assist.
I think the Florida players are having a hard time staying upright. A lot of messiness on the floor. They're face down a lot.
Yeah, they can tend to be a little dramatic. I love seeing Dylan get those dunks early on. Love to see him get a few more.
Oh, that was sweet.
Yeah, Denver's. We're watching some highlights, I guess, from the first half. It definitely.
Here you go.
That was a sweet little
who's your
move
daddy?
there. That was a sweet little move there. P-Pass says George Gervin froze over the Riverwalk. You're absolutely right. George Gervin, the Iceman, was a Spurs legend playing in Hemisphere Arena back in the day. And Uncle Ob says, shout out to administrative assistant. They love having you here, Courtney.
Oh, thanks, guys.
I also want to say, Courtney, I don't think you were watching earlier when I had Pipe's picture up.
Oh, my.
Like this bullshit where like Amanda's putting the Easter thing on the. This is stupid. Like,
Why is that?
I don't know. I think that stuff's just stupid.
I think it's cute.
Well, you're a girl.
That's right, and it's her house, so.
Oh, you're right about that.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you can see like behind his head where she's got a little thing here, and she's got more of it up there.
Well, I used to do an Easter tree. I used to think that was stupid.
Yeah,
but
I'm just
don't
not
do
into that.
anymore.
I'm just not into that. Like the Christmas tree is about as much as I can deal with. And you do more, and I know you're doing it, and I know it makes you happy, so it's cool. But like, sometimes you got to put your foot down. What do you
Okay, you go ahead and do that.
Courtney, what do you think's going on right here? Is it like a fireplace?
Yes.
Oh, it's a very small one.
Yes.
Maybe you
It's
could,
one
like-
of those. Yeah. Mhm.
Could you throw a pizza in there if you wanted to? Okay, fair enough. Other things of note here. Auburn's leading scorer is going to be Janai on 5 of 10 shooting. That is a win all day long. 4 rebounds. If you guys remember, he had a double-double in the first half against Michigan State, but this is a different kind of game. We did like the fact that they went to Janai early on in this game, and he starts out 2 of 2. And he looks good. I know his right arm does not feel great. I know he's not happy about it. He's not going to cheerlead with it. But I think he can do some basic stuff with it. And at this point, I don't think it's hurting his production. Also like the defensive intensity from the Auburn Tigers.
Yes.
They had a couple lapses where they didn't have eyes on the ball. This is a good example right here where Dylan's just not. Well, Chad got beat, but that's on the drive there, that little rotational drive coming off the ball screen. But I feel like Auburn's defensive intensity has been there 100%. Oh, my God. That's embarrassing if you're Florida, just get stuffed like that. I would call it a team block. Can you even do that? You can now.
I think you probably talked about the floor before, but it's just like the Vanderbilt floor where everybody sits below.
I feel like a stranger says, Courtney said, bet. Try that dumb shit, Jay. Dead. And Arona 24 says, next Courtney's corner is favorite random holiday trees.
There you go.
Well, that's funny.
You can have a Mardi Gras tree. You can have a Valentine's tree.
Easy. I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. Cleveland Brown says he misses Chuck having his Auburn swag on the desk. I remember, that first year they let him have his whole like corner, right? He had like streamers and balloons and shit. But now, I guess it's kind of like when it's old hat, you don't really do it, right? I mean, they ought to give Clark Kellogg some streamers when Indiana does anything because I feel like those days are over, right? Clark Kellogg played at Indiana. Courtney, did you think about going to Indiana out of high school?
Never.
Wonder why.
Don't like the Hoosiers. Never have liked the Hoosiers. Not interested.
Cleveland says AA tells Jay to fuck around and find out. Yeah, I know better. That's a risk reward ratio that I don't like to play with very often. Cleveland Brown.
See, and there's that fake ass Houston logo.
Yeah, that's basically
It's really
stolen.
UK.
That's stolen off of Kentucky.
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder if they actually had to pay him for that. Now, you know how old that GIF is of Charles Barkley because he's sitting next to. First of all, I love the logo, the font here. This is Interstate, my favorite logos, fonts. He's sitting next to Stephen Leith, the noted plane crasher and general dickhead, who's no longer the Auburn president. Isn't everybody happy with the new president? He's much more better. He's much better. Okay, Ephesians says Jay. You know my halftime question. What's the message to the team here? My message to the team here is, I love what you're doing. You're not going to puss out on this. Keep fighting. These guys are going to come back stronger. You're going to have to step up stronger. I love what you guys are doing on defense. I want you to continue to go out there and put on a textbook show of how we defend at Auburn University. That's what I would tell him. Frank G says, hell yeah, Interstate rocks. For Frank G, look at that. That guy knows design. If Scotty P is in the chat today, I don't think I've seen him today. he knows a lot about fonts too. The Interstate font is truly near and dear to my heart. It's just so clean and nice, and I love it, and I use it all the time.
There's one that Jay really dislikes.
My least favorite font of all time is
Comic Sans.
Comic Sans. God, I hate that.
I work with children. I have to use it all the time.
I absolutely hate that. I wish somebody would send that to like Mercury. We never see it again. Let's see. Alan J says, if this team wants a game like they did in Tuscaloosa, playing strong defense like they did, and then and tonight, the first half, we can win, y'all. Absolutely. I love the way that they're playing right now. End Time News Network says MVP of second half will have to be Denver. I guess what you mean by that is defensively, he's going to have to find a way to kind of cut Walter Clayton's production down a little bit. Although you could also mean shooting. But Denver's, he's a pretty focal figure here. Frank G says Comic Sans is the worst objectively. I hate it. And Ephesians says, is AA a school teacher?
No, I work with littlest ones
Hold
at
on.
an early learning center.
Hold on. But Courtney does run a child care center, and you manage teachers.
Correct.
You are in a teaching environment 100% of your hours. Therefore.
Jay Frank wants to know what you expect Florida to do for adjustments.
What do I expect Florida to do with adjustments? So first things first, Florida needs to get to the line. And in the game in Auburn, it was a close game at halftime. I don't remember. Let me go back here and look really quick and see what the score was at halftime of that game in Neville Arena back in February. February, I said. At halftime, it was Florida had 48, and the Auburn Tigers had 38. Is that right? It was 48-38. Is that right? Auburn's largest lead in that game was 15-5 early in the first half. Then obviously they kind of let it. That's when Florida started going with that half roll over the screens. And Florida got the upper hand. I didn't realize Florida was up that much at halftime. They had a 31-16 lead, advantage in the second quarter. Now, Ken Palm does every game by quarters, even though there's not official quarters. And so from the 10-minute mark to the 0-minute mark of the first half, Florida outscored Auburn 31-16 in that game. So this one's going a little bit differently.
I think Mr. Golden is probably telling them to hang on to the damn ball because they keep coughing it up.
They have 5 turnovers, which isn't bad, but
they happened relatively quickly.
Yeah, they've been painful for Auburn. Florida.
Mm-hmm.
It's been painful. The turnovers have been. Although Auburn has 0 points off turnovers, but I feel like that's part of why Auburn's +6 in the shooting thing as far as field goals attempted. And you guys know I absolutely love that one. Martin jumps in with a super chat. My man running these right here.
Super chat.
No message offered and no message needed. I appreciate you, Martin. Thanks for being hanging out with us and super chatting here. In this big game for the Auburn Tigers. Ravin, who, of course, is a pillar of the community. We love having him here. Says, UF about to throw a haymaker coming out of the half. Have to step up and be ready. Value possessions take what we are given. Threes will fall.
Somebody's got his jersey up there, Jay.
Oh, you got a Suns jersey, Miss Courtney. That was the jersey du jour when you and I met, when you and I were dating. Me and Courtney had our first summer together in '92, which is when Barkley was having a great time with the Suns. And I really liked the Suns back then. I liked Barkley. I didn't really have an Auburn thing, but I liked him. His whole thing about I'm not a role model, that resonated with me. I was like, he's a basketball player. He don't got to be a role model. Zachary says, JG, oh, God, this is the question of the night for me. JG, are you drinking the bottle for the Final Four?
We actually had this discussion before the game.
So here's the bottle that Zachary is talking about. This is the Knob Creek Final Four bottle from the 2019 Final Four. These are extremely hard to come by. They were extremely hard to come by. Now they're impossible to come by unopened. I mean, I don't even know if there's like more than probably 50 of these unopened in the country. So as such, this may be the most valuable bottle we own. And the question is, JG, will you open this bottle? What would it take for you to open this bottle? Courtney thinks that if Auburn wins this game, that I should open this bottle.
Well, because they would have gone further than they ever have in their history. So
that's true.
It would be worthwhile. Because there'll be another bottle then.
Of course, I do have. Is this cat? What is cat?
Because I'm in here.
Cat is like scratching the door trying to get in. Let's see. Frank G says, I think that only gets opened if we win Monday. Interesting idea. I want to do whatever it takes to get Auburn in the championship. You know, I mean, like
I'm
whatever.
sure that you opening a bottle will impact that.
It's only weird if it doesn't work. Okay. Let's see. Spider Chauce is so close to a natty, he can almost taste it.
Oh, don't talk about that yet.
T Park says agreed. AA. So T Park's on board with what you were saying, Cordy. I don't remember what you were
the
saying.
redemption is most important right now, in my opinion, because right now that's what they're showing.
Cassidy B says, I'm impressed at our performance today, considering I've been making low-proof drinks. That said, get stops, get to the rim, repeat. That is what Cassidy P said earlier in the game, and that worked. That was great, great guidance, and great idea, Cassidy P. I hope that they continue to stay on the road that you paved for them and showed them how to do. I said paved, P-A-V-E-D. Damon says, I think it needs to be a natty to open the bottle unprecedented. I am tempted to think that.
Well, this is all conjecture, right? We've got a whole half to play here.
And Chip says, since you waited this long, only open if natty.
I think that...
this is tough. I'm not sure what to do.
I don't know. Well, you don't have to worry about it yet.
Yeah, I don't.
They have to come out strong.
Stoop Up says, biggest segment in the history of Auburn basketball upcoming. Biggest segment in the history of Auburn basketball. By the way, I'm giving Auburn that last segment. So Auburn won segments 1, 3, 5, and the 2 and a 4 were, we thought, break even. Now, this is a game that is very tight, so the margins are very tight on these. But I didn't really feel like there was a segment that Florida won there. One man's opinion. Let's see. Tim Taco says, definitely don't open until we win Monday. Okay.
That stadium, the seats in there look like it would not be very great. They're not high up enough.
I have some experience being in here, Courtney.
I know, but you didn't sit in those seats way the F up there.
No, I did, actually, because back in those days, they gave the student media one seat, and then the other person had to sit in the overflow. So I got to sit low for the Stanford game, which is the semifinal, I was right on the court. And then for the final, I was upstairs. So I was sitting up high. And it wasn't too bad, honestly, because it's made for football, obviously.
Right.
They put the basketball arena opposite 90 degrees from where the football field goes, right? And it's on one half of the arena. So half of the arena's got basically a curtain on it and is not used. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. All right, we know Tom Cruise's new movie's coming out.
Tom Cruise. I call him Thomas Mayfather.
That's right.
That's who he really is. Detlef Schrempf is here with us tonight. Says Cassidy P. I don't know about that jawline being similar to mine. How about that, Cassidy P? Somebody throwing down the gauntlet on my man, Detlef Schrempf, doing that. Frank says, when you covered it, JGT, was the court pushed to one end? Yes, it was. It was, absolutely. And I was sitting in an end zone, which I didn't mind at all. I was just so weirded out that I was covering a national championship game because that year, not that you guys care, Cassidy P may be the only one who cares. Kentucky, I was about to say Auburn. I've been covering Auburn so long, everything's Auburn in my head. Kentucky was down like 14 points to Duke in the second half, maybe 10 minutes to go. I was like, they're going to lose to Duke, aren't they? And the dumbass Wojo started slapping the floor in front of Wayne Turner. Wayne Turner's like, bro, no, I'm not doing this. And he drove by him for a bucket, and then the next possession he drove by him for a bucket, and the next thing you know, Kentucky won the game and ended up winning the national championship that year, 98. And that was the first athletic event ever to occur in the Rays Stadium down there in St. Petersburg. It wasn't even ready to be open, honestly. It was like dirt everywhere and shit. It was a mess.
They were saying now they use the whole stadium, Jay. They don't curtain it off.
I don't know, man.
Well, that's what somebody was saying.
I literally I went to the website earlier, not today, but like 2 or 3 days ago, and looked and it said, looked at the basketball seating, and it said it was on one end zone and it was long ways. I don't know.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a couple people there that could share it with us.
There's no doubt. Cassidy P says Tampa and Scott Padgett Magic. That is exactly right. Scott Padgett did have some big buckets in that one as well. So, man, man, I think back to those days. It was just crazy. I never been like moving around like that, you know.
Raven has a very important question.
Look at this one. AU Taxman says, when you covered it, did they have the 3-point line? Hey, man. Right here, AU Taxman. You're not young, brother. You're not young. So stop that. Was it Raven, Courtney?
Yes.
Had a question for me?
He did.
He said, are Tahad's nuts okay? That was a violent collision with that guy's face.
Did you see him when he left the court?
Who?
Todd.
Was he grabbing his nuts?
He just went and sat down and put the towel over his face.
Oh, did he?
I'm sure that did not feel good.
We're going to call Will Richard. We're going to call him Peckerhead. Now, this is Elijah. And, again, he didn't play in the game in the Nev. He was injured. But he's been a factor today. Oh, my God. Flat picking. I'm so sorry. I missed a super chat, and I'm embarrassed by that, bro. I'm gonna slap myself for that. He says, I appreciate the super chat, sir. Do you know if this is the most Florida has given up in a half this year? Elite defense. I could figure that out, but you'd have to give me 5 minutes. And I don't have it. I wish that I knew, though. That would be a great question. This seems like a lot for a Florida team that's pretty good on defense, right? But no, I can't look that up right now. Is there someone can we get an answer for flat picking on that? If that's true, they're going to be talking about it on Twitter. So I don't know. Flat picking, I appreciate the super chat, and I wish there was a way I could figure that out for you, G, because that's interesting to me. I mean, yeah, they're on pace to give up 90-something. I'm not exactly a mathematician, believe me or not. Christopher B says, why does that stadium even exist in San Antonio? Because they don't really have a team, right? But they do have a team. This is where the Spurs play. And you may have heard of the Spurs. You may have heard of Greg Popovich. You may have heard of, NBA titles, Tony Parker, David Robinson. You may have heard of that dude from Wake Forest, Timothy Duncan. All right, we're about to kick things off for the second half. And as Stu Pup said, could be the most important segment in the history of Auburn basketball. Could be here.
Go Tigers.
All right, Courtney, we will check back with you potentially after the game. Oh, my God, that was really loud. Let's see. J-Head was communicating with me earlier. I want to make sure I get up with him. Stu Pup says, I don't think you should ever open that bottle. All right, here we go. Okay, so Florida scores on their first possession. Looks like they got a deuce. Got it pretty quickly, too, so we'll just kind of see what happens here. And we've got an Auburn turnover to start the second half. That's not great either. Chad Bacon Lasagna, who really wasn't a factor in the last 10 minutes of that first half. Now he's a factor negatively to open the second half. Oh, but Auburn gets a nice steal right there. Dylan Cardwell playing with his head up, which is what he does, which is why he's such a valuable defender for the Auburn Tigers. Chad Bacon Lasagna with a parabolic runner. Love it. You love to see it. We're really big on Chad. You know, he had a great start to the first half. Let's see if he can have a great start to the second half and kind of lead the way. Good God, that was a terrible three-point shot. He missed that one by a mile. Boy, they're trying to trick Chad. They're playing like little mind games with Chad. The way they're positioning him, the way they're framing him is a little weird. It's like they're leaving their left. He's leaving his left hand open, but they have a guy behind him. I'm not sure he's worth all that. Okay, Janai's trying to cross-body left-handed shot there, and he got fouled. So he's going to go to the line. Melee says CBM with the gaudy parabola, although it's parabola. I don't know. Ravin wants to know if Dylan is okay. we have any reason to believe he's not? Janai hits the first free throw to get Auburn to 49. Our San Francisco fans will be fired up with that score. Schaefer Kia says it's a floater. Flush it. Glenn G. Curry, we'll just say G. Curry, says Florida gave up 52 to UK in January. Flat picking. That's for you, G. Thank you for getting that information, G. Curry. That's really interesting. So Auburn was pretty close. Spicy P wants to know how many fouls does Alex Condon have. I can get that for you pretty quickly. He has 2. Oh, God. Miles took a floater from behind the backboard. Dude, the laws of physics suggest you couldn't hit that shot, my man. Board. Nice finish again. Hey, that's Peckerhead. Peckerhead with a nice up and under. I really wish Miles could have gotten that rebound. I think the cat wanted him to get that rebound too. So Peckerhead gets the bucket and the free throw to get him to 43. It's a nice play for Florida right there. Denver with a little pullback. It's usually a shot he hits from about 10 feet. Missed this one. Oh, Will Richard with a 3. Little push there. I keep calling him Will Richard. Why do I do that? I don't know why I'm doing that. Walter Clayton. Come on, guys. Stupid. I'm just getting old. But Auburn's got to stop the bleeding here a little bit. And they get the ball up. Oh, not a nice come from behind block by Miles. It was very measured. And we've talked before, not lately, but we talked in the late of the regular season that Auburn's great at those chase down blocks. And that was a great example of what I'm talking about. That is tough to do. I think that's a foul. That's just my opinion, but oh, Florida hits a 3 to tie the game. Stupup is like, what are we doing? He said it was the biggest segment in Auburn basketball history, potentially, he said. And you can see Florida is on a 9-0 run right now. This is not good. The good news is that you've got an Auburn team on the floor right now that has played about 1.5 trillion games. And you would expect them to be able to put their foot down and get it back going the right way. That's off of Florida. That's going Auburn's way. We're just under the 16-minute mark, so that's going to be an automatic timeout, and that you're going to have to give Florida that one. I'm going to have to give you – Florida gets a plus on that one. A lot of problems on that one. A lot of problems in that one. I think that's one of those where you just kind of say, hey, man, let's just pretend that didn't happen, okay? And we start over. Get Tahad out there, get Chaney out there, and just say, okay, let's try some different shit. Because that's not going to get it. And whatever you said at halftime, that wasn't it. I didn't see anything strategically that was like new and novel from Florida right there. I just feel like they were getting rolling and getting shots. And Auburn was not. Period. Let's take a look at this box from this last segment. Oh, God, I see a number I really don't like, which is points per possession down there. 0.375 for the Auburn Tigers. Good golly, Miss Molly. 6 rebounds to 2 in that segment. 1 assist and 3 turnovers still for Florida. But Auburn has 0 assists and 2 turnovers. 2 of 4 from 3 for Florida, 0-0 for Auburn. 1 of 5 from the floor for Auburn. 1 of 2 from the line, which is good. At least you're getting some free throws there. But you're losing pretty much on every metric right there to open the second half. You don't like that at all. Let's see. Jamal thinks that Florida run was all because of Miles Kelly. So glad he got that block, though. Yeah, that was clutch. but because that would have been another 2. And he gave one. They gave the ball away before that. Brian says if Miles had not taken bad shots, we would be up. We still have the lead. And Damon says the difference in the second half so far is Florida rebounding, limiting Auburn's second chance points. Which second chance, Florida's got the 3-0 lead in that particular segment, I guess you call that statistical marker there. Points in the paint is Florida 4, Auburn 0, which was hugely weighted to Auburn in the first half. I think 2-1. I think it was 24-12 in the first half. So Florida is definitely paying more attention to that. Yeah, that's as bad a segment as you could have from the Auburn Tigers' perspective. The good news is that, again, you've got a team loaded with guys that have played like 100 games each, at least, or if not more, in college basketball. So if there's a team out there that could put their foot down and get this thing turned around, I think it's the Auburn Tigers. Ephesians says he's not ready to panic yet, and I think that's probably a good idea. This Auburn team has showed us through the year that you don't panic on them too bad, because they have a tendency to put their foot down and get it turned back around. Crazy to think the Auburn Tigers have a second Final Four in school history here, both under BP. When BP said, I'm going to get you there, I was a little skeptical. I think we all were, but he's got it done. All right, let's see. I think you just got to start over here. You got to run some stuff, be patient, and not turn the ball over. I do not like that take from Tahad. That was not going to be a good shot. I don't know if he was trying to pass that ball to a cutter, but whatever he did was not what we wanted to see. Walter Clayton with another drive and another finish, because that guy's an amazing basketball player, and he's able to finish in traffic in a way that I wish Miles Kelly could. The Florida Gators are now leading for the first time since around the middle of the first half. Janai with an and one. Drop. He's trying to big time my guy, too. I like it. He wasn't falling for it, though. Yeah, Janai's definitely wanting to do everything with his left hand, which is fine, but he's not worried. He can still push off with his right arm a little bit, so that's not going to be a problem. I think offensively he's where he needs to be. I mean, I think he's good. I think you're getting the full Janai Broom experience here, I think, on the attacking end. Chaney was reasonably close to getting that rebound, but not quite. Let's see what we got here. I don't really notice Florida doing anything different, really. Is that not a 5-second call right there? What the hell? Jesus, Janai is just getting absolutely just assaulted in there. And they're trying to, like, pull his elbow out of socket. I swear they are. One thing I don't like is that Florida's +3 on shots attempted so far this half. There's a foul right there. Away from the ball foul on Denver. I'd like to see what's going on here. They may go to the review and see if this is a technical. Usually these away from the ball fouls are the ones they review. It's usually somebody trying to get through a screen, and you could literally see sweat bounding off of Denver's head when he got hit that time. I personally think that's reckless, but it's not like, I don't think it's a flagrant, but I think it's definitely a foul. What a dick, man. Hey, man, why you got to be a dick? I honestly don't think that's like intentional, but it is hurtful nonetheless. Ravin says CBM would be in handcuffs. He would already be detained. There's no doubt. You're a bad person. You just hurt somebody. You should say you're sorry. We don't hurt our friends like that. Okay, under that, I could see that being a flagrant 1. Definitely not a flagrant 2. I feel like a stranger think that's going to be a F1 by rule. I think it is excessive in nature and unnecessary contact. I would agree with that. I don't think it's an intentional thing, though. But it is unnecessary contact, I should say. Yeah, I'm with you guys. I think that's an F1. He's probably confused because he's like, I wasn't trying to hurt him, I swear to God, but that's not really they're not judging the intent. They're judging the unnecessary contact. Brandon Jay says, kick him out. Brandon Jay he's ready to send somebody packing. Gulag for you. Madison C says F1, make him pay. 5 possible points this possession. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know why the coach is giving him a high five. What? Great elbow to the head. Congratulations on injuring somebody and potentially giving a guy a concussion. Great job. Hit him in the temple next time. What a dick. That coach is a bad guy. Hey, man. Jumps into the super chat to say, why are the refs letting Florida mug Broom? I've seen that several times, man. They're like punching him. They're like trying to shiv him. I don't know what's going on with that. And he keeps asking them to keep, he's like, look, and they don't seem to be real persuaded by that. I don't know. What's the judgment, guys? F1. Let's see. P-Pass says, I'm from Philly. This is a post-game fight in the 76ers parking lot. Matt Geiger would not play. Matt Geiger, the former Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket. Man, they got to keep an eye on that, bro. I'm with you 100% on this. 100%. Denver gets back in the rhythm. Gets 2 right there. And then Auburn's going to get the ball. And I think, who was it that was thinking? Was it Madison C that was thinking they needed to get that 5-pointer? I mean, they hit to 3 right here. Turn this into a super possession, as the kids say. Tahad going to go for it. Misses the 3, though. And they're going to call a foul, I presume, on Chaney. Chip says he does not like the 2 of 7 field goals for Denver. Yeah, definitely not as warm as you would like to see him. That's for sure. I feel like the shot quality's been good for him, though. And I think, particularly in the first half, he was pretty assertive. Wow, there's some defense right there from Denver. Ah, it's going to go out on Auburn, though. Tahad kind of launching that ball, and Janai's like, bro, can you just hold it instead of flicking it out of bounds, please? If you don't mind. God, I wish Auburn would have had a better first segment there. God dang it. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. Yeah, there's like Florida. What are we calling there? I like it. Looks like Florida's got some problem. They're going to call a palm on that. You don't see that very often. He says, what? That wasn't me. Dude, nobody else had their hand on the ball. Man, Florida's fighting through screen. Florida's fighting really hard through screens right now. Looks like they're going to call a foul on somebody clutching on Janai there, which we were talking about this earlier, Mang. There's finally a foul where they're doing some shit. Look at that lean. So I guess the foul's going to be on Hall, but did you see 5, who I believe is Peckerhead, like trying to lean in. No, it's actually Will Richard, but that is Peckerhead. He was actually leaning in. You could see he's trying to get him. Like, there's no way that's legal, dick. Don't dribble the ball, Chaney. Golly. Chaney just couldn't get out of that. He just couldn't get out of it. Chaney's frustrated. This is the kind of play that messes with Chaney's head a little bit because he knows that's on him, and he tried to get out of it, and he just couldn't do it. Hey, there's Peckerhead. What up, Peckerhead? I feel like Auburn's. Are they running something here? I don't really see them running something. I don't see BP signaling plays. They're just kind of running like concepts here. Well, here's a concept I can deal with. Janai going one-on-one with this cat. I didn't like the finish on that, though. He feels like he can take Henlogton, and normally he can. He just got on the wrong side of the bucket with that one. Too far. Oh, Tahad. Did you see how quick he was right there? Golly. It's easy to say this is sloppy, but I think it's really good defense. It's just very spirited defense right now. Both teams. But Tahad, that's the fastest I've ever seen him move on defense. Good God. That was like light speed. Come on, Chaney. Come on, Chaney. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Drop.
Come on, Chaney. Stay with me, man. I like that Chaney screwed up on the other end, gave away a possession. You could see him doing that. You know, he's frustrated. And then he comes back on the next possession, and he says, give me the ball. I'm going to go in with it. I love it. That's a different kind of Chaney. This is not the Chaney of the middle of the season. This is late season Chaney. I like it. I like it. Is that going to be 3 on Tahad, which isn't the end of the world? That means they're going to have to slide. Miles Kelly's going to have to be playing maybe a little bit more. We'll just see how they play this. Yeah, so Miles is going to play 2 now with Chad Bacon Lasagna playing 3. But we like Miles as a 2. That's a good defensive possession. Now, listen, dude hit that shot because he's a bad man, but that was good defense. Walter Clayton having himself a game. He's a player. He's like their version of Janai Broom. He's a reliable bucket getter. I'd like to see the pass out a little quicker from Miles there. Oh!
Boom shakalaka.
Denver, man, that was a tough pass. It was a no look. Like he couldn't see the pass. Kind of reached it around that guy and threw it in front of him, and then boom, right into Dylan's hands. Oh. He caught Denver leaning on that one, didn't he? That pass from Denver, I hope they show a replay of it. That was disgusting. That is so tough to do, and you have to trust Dylan, and he's going to be where he needs to be, and he's going to catch that ball and do what he's got to do with it. Oh, God. That's great basketball, man. That is great basketball. Spicy Pete, great question. He says, can we not stop Walter Clayton? At this point, no, he's been playing. He's just been too good, man. I feel like he's made some just amazing plays to get the ball into the basket. He's just a tremendous player, and he's putting some balls in the basket that I don't think deserve to go. Now, that's not the wrong way to put it. It's just a tough shot, and it's a shot that like regular people can't make. But he is able to make it because he's Walter Clayton and he's a bad man. That's what I'm trying to say there. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. He's a franchise player, and he's showing why right now. Yes, Auburn's got to find a way to do more on him. This is, Denver's not usually someone that we criticize for his defensive effectiveness, right? But at this point, there are some questions. I mean, Walter Clayton has 8 points in this half on 3 of 3 shooting, and that's a problem. Again, this is just for the second half, guys. Those of you who don't follow the show, aren't with us usually here, usually early in the second half. I just do the boxes from the second half. Auburn now 4 of 10 from the floor this half. Florida 6 of 11. So we got that narrowed down a little bit as far as I want to see Auburn have more shots taken. Rebounding, huge problem at this point. 10-3, Florida's advantage. Second chance points, 3-0 for Florida. So even though they're getting a lot more rebounds, they're not necessarily getting a lot done with it. And the big reason why is right here, 2 assists and 6 turnovers for Florida. Those are adding up quickly. The Auburn Tigers, 2 assists and 4 turnovers. I don't even think they had 4 in the first half, did they? Auburn had 2 turnovers in the first half, and they already have 4 this half. That's frustrating. 2 assists and 4 turnovers for Auburn. Yeah, again, we talk about this a lot. Auburn averages about 8 turnovers a game. So that's half of an entire game in essentially 2 segments. I would probably call that segment even. So you have plus in the first segment and then even in that segment is what I would say. P-Pass, what did he ask? Can you put Chaney on Clayton? Why would you do that? No, I think it's got to be Denver or Miles Kelly. That's who it's been to this point. So I think you would just have to continue on that. I don't think going with Chaney would be good. Frank G says we have to watch out for Florida trying to get Clayton to drive every time and draw fouls, which is what he did in Neville Arena in the second half. Basketball Hall of Fame includes Sue Bird, who should be, I hope that's first ballot for her, and Maya Moore, who, well, I get some good players here. Dwight Howard, Billy D. Billy D. How about that? I knew Billy D when he was when he was the head coach of Marshall. How about that? Let's see. GW says all you have to do is chest up Clayton. I didn't realize he was at Florida that long. Golly, 19 years he was the coach at Florida, Courtney. How about that? He still seems like young Billy the Kid from Providence to me. Of course, I'm old. Cassidy P jumps in with a super chat to say Clayton goes on bench to have to seize the lead like in the first half. So with him on the bench, wow, that was an ambitious attempt by Dylan, but she didn't get it to go. Florida's at 56. I have the wrong score out here, and he just got his shit packed on a 3-point attempt, which I like. Tahad trying to do a little rap, and I didn't get it to Cardwell, but that's okay. Ball's out of bounds off Florida. That is a foul every fucking day of the week. I don't give a shit where you're at. He slapped him on the forearm/wrist, and that's the reason he didn't dunk it, and that is a foul 100% of the time. 100%. And that's just a bad officiating decision. But it's okay. You move on. They can't get it 100%. All right, Clayton got a drive there, and he had no chance to get that ball up. So that's good defense from Auburn. They're allowing a second chance opportunity here. Good stop from number 11. Trying to draw contact. Chaney allowed himself to get sucked into the fucking web right there. And boom, there you go. Let me see what's going on foul-wise. Foul trouble, you got Tahad with 3, Denver with 3, and Chaney now just picked up his 3rd. With 10 minutes to go, that's not necessarily a huge problem. But Chaney just allowed himself to get sucked in on that one. Ephesians asking for a little bit more of a foul rundown. I mentioned earlier 3 on Tahad, 3 on Denver, 3 on Chaney, 2 on Chad Bacon, Lasagna. Miles Kelly has 1, Dylan has 1, and Janai has 0. So that's the situation there. Janai checking back in for this last 10 minutes, again, with 5 fouls to give here. Chaney, I feel like he's got the fighting spirit on the attacking end, but on defensive end, he's just he's allowing himself to get lured in. And that last foul to me was just too much of a setup, you know. Tahad's made a couple bad passes, dude. And he just gave up another one right there to give Florida a lead. I think 2 of the last 3 possessions have been Tahad fuck-ups on passes. Wait a minute. What's the call here? So, what now? They're calling a foul on Florida on the Dillon attempted dunk? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, they're calling that a foul on Peckerhead. I'm with Raven on this. You got to value the possessions, man. I feel like Tahad's just being... Honey, he shoots 30% from the free throw line. He's not good. And I tell this story every time. Nobody shoots more free throws, like, in practice than Dillon. Nobody. I mean, I bet he leads the all-time with practice free throws as Dillon Cardwell for Auburn Tigers. He shoots morning, noon, and night, and it just doesn't get any better. But I give him credit for continuing to try to get better. Golly, they're like, Florida's playing like so fast right now. Like they're almost out of control, but man, Auburn needs to win a segment here. You know what I mean? Like they haven't won this. This segment's not. Oh, Janai. That's a second chance opportunity again. God, a third chance opportunity. Starting to piss me off a little bit. Too many second and third chance opportunities right now. I don't like it. It's going to be a foul on Dillon. And that's a second. It's not really it's not a foul trouble problem for Dillon. It's just you're putting guys on the line, right? And that's what you don't want to see. He's able to get one to go there after about 3 bounces on the rim. Gets Florida to 60. And the guys, honestly, this half has not been great for Auburn so far. They got 9 minutes to go. They have a chance to turn this thing around, but all right, Dillon with a nice rebound there. Tahad's got to step his play up. He's just got to stop turning the ball over, period. They got Denver going to try to check in here as soon as he can. I know that was a dangerous pass, right? Miles just kind of got stuck in the air, and there's a fucking shot clock violation. There's Kirk Sampson watching on. I'm not going to drink any more Stag. That's too much for me. Yeah, I got to hydrate. Good golly. Spicy P is the first one. He jumps in to say, we're cooked. Game over. 8.5 minutes to go in a game that Auburn's trailing by 2, and he says it's over. Game over. We're cooked. Boy, Auburn's defense is, they're slowing Florida down. Right? Auburn's playing some physical basketball right now. Boy, Semo was that was spirited defense. You got to give him that. Semo going to get his 2 minutes here, I guess. Yeah, Janai with a little snot rocket action there. That's good luck, right? I'll take that dude downtown, bro. He can't guard you. Is he going to try to finish with his right hand here? Whoa! Hey, stop trying to trip people and hurt him, dickhead. Alex Condon needs to get out of this game. He doesn't belong in this game. He's a turd. Why's he trying to hurt Janai like that? Dick. That segment, guys, what do we think? It's either a wash or slightly in Florida's favor. Auburn hasn't had a field goal in 3:38. I'm about to give Florida that one. Fucking A. Again, it's small margins, but we were saying that in the first half too and giving them to Auburn. So this will be our last box score that is going to be just for the second half. Goes from this point forward. I'm going to go ahead and loosen the tie here. Jesus. It's starting to bother me here. We've seen Auburn in this situation a number of times this year, you know, where they just kind of get a little lax after a good first half, and they've got to put their foot down and make a difference. I remember the first time I remember this happening was really in the game at Texas back in January. And what shows me that they are capable of getting it turned around, but they got it. Texas ain't as good as Florida. Auburn getting this really bothers me. 16 shots for Florida, 11 for Auburn. The rebounding margin is a little bit, well, it's not any worse. Auburn has picked it up, but 13-6 is just not nearly good enough. And Auburn doesn't have an offensive rebound yet this half. 7 turnovers for the Auburn Tigers. 7 turnovers this half. And they had 2 in the first half. 7 turnovers and a half. Come on, guys. 2 assists and 7 turnovers. They've got 2 assists and 6 turnovers, so I don't want to give Auburn too much trouble. Auburn is getting to the line, so that's good. But they've just got to get better quality shots, period. I don't feel like the shot quality's been real good for Auburn, and I think it's been better for Florida in this half. Cassidy P says they are outworking us. I do think they're playing a little bit harder. And Stoop Up says it's the Michigan game in reverse. The turnovers certainly remind me of that. And in that game, Michigan, their guards were very turnover prone, and Auburn's being turnover prone here. We got to be real about that. Tahad with 2 bad turnovers. Chad Bacon, Lasagna with 2 turnovers. I mean, it's one thing if Janai's doing it and Dylan's doing it, but it's the guards. It's the guards. It's the guards. CDF said, them sheet getting... hold on, CDF. Them sheet getting shitted? Is that what he's saying, Cordy? It's a good job to elude the censors that would probably get involved there. The Auburn Tigers have scored 12 points this half. That's not a lot. Of course, it's hard to score when you're turning the ball over all the time. And if Florida hadn't been turning it over, then I think this game would be nasty. It would be 8 or 10 points in Florida's favor, in my opinion. Thank you, CDF. I appreciate you for another super chat, my man. Chip says guard play gets W's at this point. Guards have been ass overall in this half for sure. There's another fucking turnover. Oh, Todd Golden's pissed. He's mad. He's real mad. It's off the Florida guy's knee, 100%. Now, are they going to call a foul on Tahad? Yeah, he's wanting a foul on Tahad there. I'm not sure that was a foul. Ravin says, what hell kind of pass was that on the inbound? He was out of time. If he didn't put the ball somewhere, they were going to get a violation. How often do you see Auburn do that? On an inbound pass? Jesus, I don't like that shot from Tahad at all. I love the rebound from Dylan, though. Chad Bacon, Lasagna. Splash. Oh, he bailing him out with a nice 3. That possession was kind of foobar until Chad stepped up and hit the 3. I like that. Kind of odd to see Auburn shooting only 2 threes this half. I mean, Auburn's a 3-point shooting team typically. They haven't really been doing that. Just been turning the ball over is what they've been doing, if you're being real about it. No, sir. Dylan says, no, sir. You shall not get a drive on me, bro. Yeah, I don't know if it was on Dylan, though. It might have occurred before that. Dude, Chad was thinking about that the whole way. He was trying to slow play that handoff. Look at Sir Turtle doing a little dance. I like it. I don't know. Let me see if this foul was on. I don't think it was on Dylan. It is the foul on Dylan. Oh, my God. What? He was an off-ball, like, rim protector. What did he do? Yeah, I don't agree with that. Whatever. I'm probably biased. Who knows? Yeah, Jay. You might. Maybe you are. Yeah. They're only +2 on free throw attempts this half. So, and it was those two right there. So, but Auburn needs to score a little bit more. Oh my goodness! Wow, the complexity of that play is astounding. And the trust that Janai has that Dylan's going to get that into the hole. Wow. What a play, man. That's a great drive from Hall right there. I mean, I hate that kid, but that was a hell of a play. Is Auburn calling a timeout there? No, they don't call TV timeouts unless there's a stoppage in play. Florida timeout, 30 seconds. And then they're going to extend it because of the TV situation. Ah, man, this is... We need some Tums, man. A Gunner says, whatever happened to Pegues? I'm not even going to do this. I'm not doing this. I talked about this earlier. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. Russell says they're getting the rolls. They kind of are. They kind of are. They're just doing a little bit better job this half. Let's be real about it. That hammer from Dylan was delish, though. That was really nice. All right, we got 6:29 to go. Florida up 1. Auburn is trying to hang on. I feel like that we've been waiting on Auburn to kind of click this half, and we haven't seen it yet. But there is still time, and we've seen time and again in this tournament when Auburn has needed to flip the switch, they have been able to do it in this tournament. Now, will they be able to do it tonight? We're going to find out. They've been playing from ahead for most of this tournament, though, right? And so in this situation, they're essentially even. So it's a little bit of a different dynamic. Rob says still have 4 more TV timeouts left. You might actually be right on that. A couple things here that stick out. These are the full box scores, 10 assists and 9 turnovers for Auburn. I don't like that at all. Of course, that's 7 turnovers this half. They only had 2 at halftime. 10 assists on 23 buckets is just not normal for Auburn. Florida has 5 assists on 20 buckets, which is crazy to me. 11 turnovers for them, so they're having their own issues there. The rebounding margin has been it's +5 in favor of Florida here overall, but it's worse in the second half. The good news for Auburn is that the free throw disparity really isn't too bad. Florida's +4 attempts at the free throw line, which doesn't bother me too badly. Here's what I need. I need Auburn to hit some threes. Is what I need. Let me rephrase that. I just need Auburn to hit some buckets here. Second half, 4 of 15. Let's see. Yikes, man. They're just not shooting the ball well this half at all. Grind says we're due for a 40% from 3 type game, which is not what Auburn's doing right now. Auburn's at a 30% clip. Let's see. Russell says, let's go drain. We can do this. Biggest 6 minutes in our basketball history. We're taking this. And Flat Picking says, still feel like we're getting away from feeding Broom too much. Like, yeah, I mean, you certainly wouldn't say they've been giving the ball to Broom too much at this point, and I think they ought to try to get him a little bit more involved. I mean, 6 of 13 is not his best game, and his rebounding is certainly obviously affected by his right arm because he only has 5. And he's usually the kind of guy that gets a double-double and a half. But I feel like attacking-wise, he's good. And they need to feed him the ball a little bit more, I think. Auburn's still going with Tahad. Giving him a lot of work. Chennai going to... Oh, that's nice defense from Florida right there. Steve says the announcers have a crush on Clayton. Shit, I have a crush on him, man. He's a good player. Wish he was playing for Auburn. He's been the difference for them. I don't trust that dude to hit threes. I know he's a decent three-point shooter. Tahad. Come on, Denver. Come on, Denver. God dang it. That's an A+. It's a great. It's a travel on the Florida. Oh, what happened? I traveled. Peckerhead. That's what happens, Peckerhead, when you travel. You get called for traveling. Another A+ opportunity right there for Denver. God, gotta get that one in. Well, they've been fouling the absolute hell out of Janai. Another turnover for Tahad. Another turnover for Tahad, dude. Ugh. Big game Hod is not having a big game right now. He seems too concerned about passing the ball. It's like he's almost being too unselfish, and I just, oh, man. Another turnover. I think Janai was kind of leaning into that guy, thinking that it's a fortuitous situation there, because that should have been an easy one for Florida. Another turnover, man. God bless, man. How many turnovers does that this have? Is that 9? It's 9 turnovers this half, guys. 9.5 in one half. That's more than their game average. And we still have 5 minutes to go. I'm with you, Runner 24. Tahad has got to sit, man. I'm sorry, man. You just got to sit. Okay, they did. They pulled him out. This game is getting incredibly physical here. I like it. You just got to keep going at him, though. I like the fearlessness right there from Chad Bacon Lasagna. I love that. Shut your ass, Todd. It's a foul. All right, wasn't much of a foul, but whatever. I don't think that was much of a foul, guys, but whatever. Brent thinks this is the inverse danger zone here. Chad's a pretty good free throw shooter, so I don't know, man. He's probably going to hit at least one of these. But I think Brent's thinking more like, Auburn was up 8 at the halftime. They're kind of struggling to keep their head above water right now. Like, I get it. Steven N says, holy crap, this is tough to watch. This is what it's like, man. This is what it's like. You get to the Final Four. You don't get freebies. You got to get out there and win the freaking game. And to this point, Auburn has not done enough to win the game. But there's still time. Auburn is not worried about Hall beating them. That's a great shot from Walter Clayton, man. That's defended well. To use a football term, he was bracketed.
Do not give the ball up.
Oh, I thought that was right on the money from Chad. Boy, Clayton. That's a big shot right there. He's been a bad man this whole game, man. Let's be real about it. 20, let's see, he's up to 27 at least. Yeah. Auburn defensively not getting the job done against Walter Clayton. They're going to call a foul, and they're going to reset that. Florida leaning over the line there. Somebody's going to have to put their foot down here. I don't know who it's going to be. I think Chad's trying to do it. I don't think it's going to be Chaney. I don't think it's going to be Chaney. Hit it, Denver. Hit it, Denver. My man.
Splash.
Denver breaks out of a little shooting slump there. Clayton. Oh, boy. He got the work done. Also, note that Miles Kelly got the rebound there. I love Miles Kelly getting rebounds. He's up to 4 or 5 now. Oh, Chad's got him. Chad's got him. Oh, he missed the shot. Oh my gosh, this is just so. Don't let him have the rebound. CDF says 19 points this half. You're right, dude. It's not good enough, bro. Let me go ahead and get a box put up here. Just got to get better play out of the guards, man. Got to get better play out of the guards. I mean, yeah, he's their leading scorer. He's got 15 points. I got to take a look. I'm not sure. I mean, he's scored, but he's not scoring enough. I don't necessarily think he's having a problem, though. I think they just need to get the ball to him. It's hard for Janai to get a shot when Denver and Chad Bacon lasagna. Yeah, Florida's +6 rebounding right now, which means this half has gotten really bad. Let me see what the numbers are for the halftime. Let's see. Auburn has 10 rebounds this half. And Florida has 17, so Auburn's -7 this half. And Janai this half has 3 points. He hit 1 bucket and a free throw. He's 1 of 4 from the floor this half. The Auburn Tigers are 7 of 19 this half. And the Florida Gators are 10 of 22. I still think this is doable. I think so, personally. This is totally doable. But someone's got to just put their foot down. Denver hit a really nice 3 there. But then they give up a second chance opportunity on the next possession. Man, tough second half. I mean, they're still hanging in there, though. We sound like Auburn's down 10 here, and Auburn's down 1. And Stupup says that first segment is looking so large. You're so right about that, bro. I'm going to call this last segment even. Although I would be tempted actually to give probably Auburn a slight advantage in that last segment. But I'm going to call that even. Which means Auburn's going to have a win in this last segment to win this game. That's just all there is to it. Yeah, golly. This is crazy. Let's see. We Drink Shit says he thinks the last 2 minutes are going to be all Auburn. He feels it coming, feels it down in his plums, as we would say on the old website there. There's the merch tent where you can buy an Auburn t-shirt for the low price of $45. Trying to help the poor NCAA make a little bit of money. Beppo is here. That's good news of Beppo Shears. We'd love to see that. He says Auburn's got to win the rest of the way. Dave says someone needs to go off. Probably going to have to be Tahad or Janai. I think Janai can go off here. Cassidy P staying true to his statement from earlier. If we got one possession, we can do this. Get stops. Get stops. Thank you for the super chat, Cassidy P, and for the constant support. You're always here with us. It's very much appreciated, my man. Alex Conley going to the line here. Not a very good free throw shooter. Yeah, well, this guy can kiss my ass. Your girlfriend hates you. Worked. They got another chance. They got a second chance opportunity off. Oh, Miles Kelly. Fart. It's another A+ chance, man. It's an A+ chance that they just missed. Oh, right fucking here. Walter Clayton is. Oh, Todd's beside himself.
I don't know about this though.
There was not any contact at the shooting. There was no contact on the shooting. Now, if he wants to call a foul on the floor, I guess that's fine, but there was no contact on that shot. Dude, Todd is beside himself. He's going to have an aneurysm.
Come on.
Oh, that's bullshit. Are they calling a charge?
What?
They seriously called a charge out there. I would love to see his feet. Show me the shot on his feet. Oh, he's set. He's set. That's fair. That's fair. That's a fair play. No, Janai's shocked, but that dude actually got that was good. That was legit. I hate it, but it was a legit foul call there. Yeah, the only thing ridiculous about that play solo was how quickly Condon got himself into position. Oh, goddamn. 71-68. Clayton got free there.
Please don't take a 3. Just get 2.
I say you just work the problem, man. Just run the offense.
No.
Yeah, I don't want Janai taking a 3 then. I like Janai. Hey, stop doing that. Condon cries more than my daughter did in 6th grade. I'm telling you, dude. He just whines constantly. That's not fair on Dylan. That's not fair. No. He's got to have help off the ball. It's a great, really ambitious attempt by Janai, but I'm on board with it. And well, now Denver's having to tell BP to chill out a little bit there. That's a foul, 100%, every day of the year, every gym in America, every single minute of the game. That is a foul every single time. So if you want to cry about it, then you need to go cry. Because you know who cries? Losers cry. That's what my friend Derek Marks taught me. What are we going to go look at now? You cry too much.
What are we reviewing?
I think they're trying to review if that's a goaltend or not, Courtney, because they may count it as 2. It could be an and 1 for Auburn here. These last 2 shots haven't showed me anything. I mean, they haven't even showed the rim. I can't tell. So Chip's trying to say this is going to be an off-ball F1?
Oh, my God. Oh, my.
That is a hold by Dylan, but
Him jumping around like a toddler.
Stoop Up's his ball game. Stoop Up, come on, bro. Ball game? Really? Okay, the official stats say personal foul on Condon, 2 free throws awarded. So 2-shot foul. Janai going to go to the line. Nothing else going on. Dude, Todd, I never realized how much Todd cries. God bless, man. I mean, I know BP does too, so I better just shut up about it. Janai's first free throw was really, really bad. Wasn't even close. Sad Auburn fan says we just can't get over the hump. Janai misses both.
Get the ball.
Janai, no. Janai with an improbable offensive rebound there, and he just lost the ball out of bounds. Yeah, Jordan says Todd is a gigantic crybaby. I mean, there's people that would say that about BP too, right? But some of the stuff that Todd's been going off about has been just so objectively not bad, you know? Yeah, you'd think that my man Patch Adams was involved in this game, all these reviews going. Oh, that might have gone off Florida. I think it did hit his shorts or his leg, maybe. Yeah, you could see the ball change trajectory. It went off Elijah's leg there. Kind of a fortuitous bounce. Hit him kind of almost like on his balls there.
Oh, you can't see.
No, the other angle showed it pretty clearly. Yeah, 100%. That's going to be Auburn's ball, but man, the margins here are so small. You know, I mean, Auburn's got to take advantage of some of this. Jeez Louise, man. Oh man. This looks like, I mean, if me and you were standing there together, Courtney, that'd be tight. He's got like sucking on his shoulder or something.
You smell so good.
Oh, using that Old Spice, aren't you? Dude, it definitely hit him in the leg. There's no doubt about it. Let's just move on. What are we doing?
Grabs his leg. Shows you that he touched him. He grabs at his own thigh.
It definitely hit his leg. I mean, I don't know what we're doing here. What, oh, my God. They're going to call this a... Did he say Florida ball? Did he really say Florida ball? I got to hear this. I got to hear this from my own. This is objectively, certifiably off Florida. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. How do they give that ball to Florida? Are you shitting me? Like, oh, my God. Objectively wrong call there. Like, the ball literally went off the guy's leg, but okay, that's fine. Whatever. If you can't see that, then, you know, what can you do? They literally had to watch that 10 times to see they get it wrong. Oh, nice play by Walter Clayton again.
Holy shit.
The guy's playing ball, man. The dude can roll, man. That's what we say in the Big Lebowski. How did that ball not... How the ball went off the guy's leg? I don't know what else to say. Like, I just don't know what else to say. It just went off his leg. And they just said it didn't. I mean, it's crazy. Like, how does that happen? Chip says best player is going to get the W. I mean, Clayton has been great. Auburn hasn't had a Clayton. I mean, like, they haven't had anybody step up like that. Whoa, bro, you can't do that. Boy, Janai got lucky he didn't get a moving screen on that one. Another opportunity to get a rebound there. They had two guys in good rebounding position and didn't get the ball. All right, that's going to be Auburn's ball then in that situation, unless they call a foul there. Yeah, it's got to be Auburn's ball. So he got trapped. He had nowhere to go. There's no foul. Ball goes off of him. That's an over and back. Has to be Auburn ball. Yeah. Have a little bit of redemption here. See what happens. Test the theory. Chad Bacon lasagna.
Oh! Wait, what?
They're going to call it a violation. He's off the ground. He's off the ground. Schaefer Key, I'm with you, bro. There's been a lot of those. Well, not a lot, but there's been a number of those. Good defensive possessions from Auburn that Florida, specifically Walter Clayton, makes sense out of it. You know, like he does something to like change it, you know? Yeah, he's like, Chaney's like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Chip notes that Auburn has 12 turnovers in this half. I have to look this up to even believe you. They do. They have 12 turnovers in a half. 12 turnovers. That's possession Florida. 12 turnovers for Auburn in a half, guys. They had 2 in the first half. You go from 2 turnovers to 12 and a half. And I really don't think a lot of it's Florida. I mean, like, they're playing good. I mean, I'm not saying that, but, like, do you think their defensive effort is 6 times better? Like, no. What's Auburn doing? Florida's got an and one. Steven makes a good point. He thinks this is one of the worst halves of the year, which followed one of the best halves of the year. It was a very good half. I wouldn't call it the best, but it was very good. It was an A half. And this half is not that. Yeah, I'd say it's a D. Maybe worse. Jesus, Chad, I don't know how you hit that three. I don't know how he hit it, but he did. He hit one earlier, too, if he hadn't traveled.
That's such an ugly form.
Well, it's not. He doesn't have a quality shot there, but he made it. I'll go ahead and get the stats up here because I got a job to do. They've got a job to do. I believe that's a song by Genesis. Just a job to do from the Genesis album. Came out in 83. Yeah, 83, I think. God, Auburn, I feel like deserves something here. You know, like just having to endure that Virginia bullshit in 2019, and then it really hadn't been bullshit per se in this one, but you just want to see something good go down, and it just hasn't happened. Rebounding is +6 for Florida. Points off turnovers is +10 for Florida. Second chance opportunities, Auburn's up 14-9 on that one, which is good. And points in the paint is 14. Auburn's +4, which is a big difference from the first half when Auburn was +12. So, yeah, turnovers are a huge factor in this game. Although, you got to be fair. I mean, Florida has 15. It's just that they're doing more with their turnovers than Auburn is doing with theirs. Yeah, they have a player in Walter Clayton that is really making things happen, and I don't think Auburn, you know, it concerns me that Chad is their leading scorer in a game where I don't feel like Chad's having a great game. And I feel like Janai had more to give, and he hasn't really had an opportunity to give it. Good defense there by Auburn. I don't think he's had enough opportunities, personally. 6 of 14 is not a great game for him on 15 points, but Rustin says he thinks Tahad was trying too hard. I got to agree with you on that. Tahad was just not himself tonight at all. 5 points, 1 of 5 shooting. 3 rebounds I like. 4 assists I like, but 3 turnovers really bothered me, and some of those were just – it's like he was just trying to turn it over. Like he was just so adamant about passing the ball in a situation where he so clearly needed to drive or shoot. But Tim, I think that's the truest statement I've seen so far. He said Clayton ran this game. I think you're right. 32 points on 11 of 18. And, I mean, look, at the end of the day, defensively, that is a huge fucking F. that is just not getting it done defensively on a guy that you knew coming into the game was going to be a badass. And Auburn focused on him. Auburn put Denver and Miles on him, and they didn't get it done. Now, there's other ways to get out of this problem, i.e. hit a few more shots from three-point range or whatever, or get more rebounds. But Walter Clayton absolutely was the big dog in this game, and he made a difference. He was definitely leading Florida to victory here, unless Auburn can find some kind of amazing intercession. Frank G says, ultimately, we knew we had to limit Clayton, and we failed miserably. Yes, 32 points is definitely would qualify as failing miserably. As far as slowing him down, let's see. He has not had that many points all season. That is going to be a season high for him. 30 against Texas Tech was his season high prior to this. That's going to be a jump ball in favor of the Auburn Tigers. So a flicker of light here for the Auburn Tigers. Remember now, Auburn's done some defensive shit here in the last minute. Remember, they forced that possession with the trap at the half-court line. They just got this one right here. I mean, this is Todd Golden is not happy with this. They should be in a situation where they're putting this game to bed, and instead, Miles missed the shot, and they got the rebound. Auburn's defense has still been, they've not done a good job on Walter Clayton, but in other areas they have been good. Man, frustrating game. He was hoping that pump fake would have gotten 21 up in the air, but he wasn't falling for that. Let's see. Ephesians says Miles, Tahad, and Denver just didn't have it today. They all, not Tahad, but Miles and Denver had some moments. I thought Denver played good in the first half, but really did nothing of note in the second half. Miles really just wasn't there, period. At least in the attacking end, which he hasn't been lately. He's kind of rarely is he hot on the attacking end. And then Tahad just had a bad game. There's nothing else to say about that. Don't want to give him too much trouble because I think, in my opinion, he has exceeded expectations for his freshman year. I thought he's been really good. Not tonight, but oh, wow. Todd's going to be going to the line right now. And to close this game out, for what it's worth, Florida has hit 3 of its last 3 shots. So they have finished pretty strong, all things considered. P-Pass, good point. He says this is similar to the game against Tennessee in the SEC tournament, which you're right. It is similar to that. Good eye. And Brian G says Auburn's guards just got outplayed by Clayton. Yeah, everybody got outplayed by Clayton. This is one of the finest performances in the tournament by anybody, honestly. I mean, 11 of 18 with 32 points. That's big, guys. Okra's about to bounce. I see y'all. God bless y'all. Thanks for being here all season long, Okra. Appreciate you, bro. And we'll get ready for the Raiders. And Mad Max. There goes Tahad hitting a free throw. Good stuff. Getting Auburn down to 5. Again, I don't want to give Todd too much trouble. I mean, coming into the season, I thought he would have been a B player, and I think he's been a B+ or an A- player this season, honestly. I think he's been really good. And he may have played his way into the NBA draft, honestly, despite being kind of small in stature. Florida's almost like a football play here, the way they're doing this out-of-bounds play. Oof. Almost lost that ball. Patrick P says baseball drains. It could happen. I think if they get in the NCAA tournament, maybe. If they get into the regionals, they'll get into the regionals. They're good enough for that. But I don't know. Maybe if they get to a super regional, we would consider doing that for sure. I don't think softball is going to be doing anything of note. And golf could also be interesting. I kind of regretted not doing a golf one last year because they won the national title. And I don't know shit about golf. It could have been just fun for having fun with it, But I think we're going to do some different stuff with the channel going into next year. I think I'm going to be doing more. We'll be doing more stuff. I'm going to probably start doing more like regular content, just some package stuff that we do, and also more like we'll probably do a live show per week during the summer and all that kind of stuff, getting ready for football. I do think they're going to be pretty good. Florida missed a free throw, but then they got an offensive rebound. So that's frustrating. Daniel says, Auburn fandom is pain. I hope we can get back here one day. Frank G says, these trains have been amazing, JGT. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you being here a bunch with us, Frank. If you haven't been here every single week or every single game, I should say, you've been to damn near all of them, so I appreciate you doing that. And it ain't nothing. It's just a punk shoved inside a can if you guys aren't here hanging out with me, so I appreciate you all being here. Yeah, Clayton going to add to his point total. Maddie T in the chat, Courtney. She gives it a WDE crying fist. T Park says, thanks for everything, JGT. T Park, I appreciate you. We will do a bourbon, Courtney, we will do a bourbon event in Atlanta.
Yeah, of course we will.
At some point here in the next, whatever, number of months. And we hope to see you there and any of your friends that you'd like to bring. And that's going to finish it off. 79-73 is going to be the final. Tahad is devastated, and this is going to really hit him hard because he's somebody who really gives a shit, man. Like, he really, really cares. CDF says he hammered the Gators plus 70 at the half. Let's give him an applause. We gotta give him applause for making money on it. And we also give an applause for the Auburn Tigers having a great season, an amazing season. 32 wins is a program record. Huh? Yeah, Florida hose, I know. 79-73. Tahad's going to be just devastated. He knows he played bad. Janai, a great career at Auburn. Could not have gone better, except for the very, very end. But, I mean, look, guys, he started off as a kind of a solid player. Second year, all-conference type player. And this year, firm All-American type player and possible National Player of the Year. I still think it's going to go to Cooper Flagg, but Janai Broome, SEC Player of the Year, absolute stud, first team AP All-American, and he's just, I think he's going to be the greatest. He will statistically be the greatest Auburn player ever to play at Auburn. I think Barkley's a better player, you know what I mean, but Janai played more years and just put together a lot more numbers than Barkley did at Auburn. What now? That kid was a rocket tonight. He blasted all over Auburn. Yeah. Walter Clayton was really, really good. Let me see if I can. Got to retweet one of these finals here. Got a responsibility to do it. Let's see. Gunner says, is Tahad coming back, JG? That's a good question. Lately, I've seen him kind of slide into late first round. And I don't know enough about Tahad's situation to know. I would be tempted to think that he would be back. I'm tempted to think that. Just thinking about Tahad and the way that this last game went for him, he's going to be really frustrated with the way that it finished. So if I had to guess, I would say he would be back, but I don't have a lot of confidence. I would say 55% or 60%, something like that. And yeah, let's take a second to absolutely praise and stand up for some guys on the Auburn team that have balled their nuts off for, in some cases, in Dylan's case, 5 years. He basically put his life on hold this past year to come back and play for Auburn. And he was an absolute stud. He's a huge part of this ball club. Defensively, he was a big part of their identity. And I think his senior year went better than anybody could have expected on a personal level. I think the team getting to the Final Four is probably, makes it worthwhile for him. Here are the final numbers, by the way, and as many of you have commented, Courtney's commented, I think everybody knows Walter Clayton, 34 points on 11 of 18 shooting, was an absolute beast, and Auburn didn't have enough to repel him. And that's the story of this game. I also think the 14 turnovers are insane. They had 2 at halftime, 12 in the second half. You cannot win a game with 12 turnovers and a half. You just can't do that. But I do, as some of you guys are mentioning, Mike is doing it here, and also PPAS, some of these guys that have given so much to Auburn through the years. Dylan puts on tape a great final game. 9 points on 4 or 5 shooting and 8 boards. That's the kind of game we love from Dylan, and that's a winning line for him. You know what I mean? Winning line for him for sure. Let's see. CDF just wants to know first half, second half grades. CDF gets a little carried away sometimes when they lose by the frustration. Second half grade. I mean, Tahad. I mean, golly, I don't. Tahad had a bad game. 7 points on 1 of 6 shooting. 5 of 5 the line is good, but 4 assists and 3 turnovers. It's not good. Terrence says, I don't care if this makes me look bitter because I am bitter, but Walter Clayton must have sold his soul to Satan with the BS he's been throwing in this entire tournament. It happens sometimes. He's a really good player, though, so it's not like it's out of nowhere, but he has been playing off his ass, and he's been terrific. Let's see, Frank G starting to come in with some grades here with an F- for Kelly. Tahad gets a D. Russell says Cardwell is a good Auburn man, and he's a great Auburn man, as like you said. I'm sorry, and I completely agree with you on that. He's when I think about somebody that's really just given all for the program, Dylan's right there at the top. Football, basketball, whatever. I mean, he just walked the walk, and I had high hopes for him when he started, and he just really wasn't very good when he started, but he finished very strongly. Jester jumps in with a super chat. You guys are amazing for super chatting late and a loss. I appreciate that. It's great to be an Auburn Tiger. It's great to be on this drain. Thanks, JG, for doing this all year. War Damn Eagle, love this team. Let's give it an applause for that, Jester. Great attitude. I know it's a stinger. I know it's frustrating that Auburn fans, again, feel the sting in the Final Four, but this is just kind of life in the fast lane in a way, At least you get here. You could be like Alabama and you don't even know. You wonder what could have happened if they had gotten this far, Or you could be like Mississippi State or Ole Miss, Auburn did get here. Here's the grades coming in from Chip. Appreciate you, Jester. $1 for each turnover. Oh, he gave me a super chat. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you for the super chat. $1 for each turnover in the second half. 12. He gives Janai a B, a Dylan an A+. I completely agree with Dylan with the A+. Chaney gets a B. I thought Chaney was worse. 6 points, 5 boards, 1 assist, 1 turnover. Not too bad in 22 minutes, but just too much silliness by him. Stuff that I thought was just there, and he didn't take it. Chad Baker-Mazara, B+. That seems too high to me. I know he's their leading scorer, but 3 turnovers and defensively too many lapses. I think Miles gets a D. That's fair. Denver, D. God, had an A game in the first half, but F in the second half. Just really didn't give him much. And the Tahad, D-. I hate to dwell on it too much. True freshman. But yeah, disappointing game from Tahad. Hate to say it. But amazing season from him. Stu Pup jumps in with a super chat. Said this one stings, but there's no shame in losing in the Final Four. I'm going to let it sting, but I'm also going to celebrate what this program accomplished. I love the attitude, Stu Pup. You're always, I always appreciate you being this way. I feel like basketball Stu Pup is super, super rational. Football Stu Pup gets a little edgy sometimes, but I feel like you're always speaking the rational truth on basketball, and I appreciate you, Stu Pup. You're an absolute stud. And G. Curry jumps in with a super chat as well. G. Curry with that key stat about how many points Florida had given up in the first half. How many what their most this season was in Kentucky, and he looked that up and got that information. So I appreciate you doing that. And G's been with us a long time. Football, basketball, all that stuff. Terrence says there's always shame, and I appreciate you, G Curry, for being here and being part of the fam. Looking forward to seeing you during football season. Let's see. Zachary Young says best season in Auburn history. That's not even up for debate. No shame in these results. Now, Terrence was saying there is shame when you lose, but I don't know if shame's the right word. I think disappointment, Terrence, but you're certainly welcome to have your opinion on that, and you deserve it. You've been a good part of this family for a long time. Hayden jumps in to say, really fun season. Loved all the drains. Hayden has been here for a whole bunch of those, and we're really glad to have you here, Hayden. A great part of the family, and you've been here a long time with us, too. I feel like we've watched you grow up. Let's see. The kid says stronger guard play is the only way you can win this tournament. Relied too much on half court set offense. I think you're onto something there. I do feel like Auburn got a little slow, a little half courty the second half of the season. It was what the kid was talking about, and I think Auburn didn't really push tempo very much. And I think it's hard to push tempo when you're playing a 7-man rotation. And Auburn's got more players. They got Sir Turtle, obviously Ja'Kai. We can talk about that another time, but Ja'Kai underused, I guess you could say. Simo is what he is. And then J.P. Pegues kind of disappearing is a whole thing too. So hard to understand that one. Hayden jumps in with another super chat. Back-to-back super chats is unusual. He says, on to football. No way they disappoint me, right? Come on, guys. The way I say about the football team is this one right here.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
If we're going to be real about it. Craig H.K. says, was Broom hurt? Yeah, he was hurt for sure. And Brandon says, yeah, Broom has been hurt for 2 months. Yeah, he's been playing through a lot of stuff. I guess it really started with the ankle. No, it started with the shoulder, I guess. Was that in the North Alabama game or the Georgia State game? Did they play Georgia State? It was one of those teams. Smaller teams, and he hurt his shoulder, so it starts there. Then he does the ankle thing. Then he twists the ankle again. Then he's got the shoulder again. Now he's got the elbow. There's always something. And AU256, thank you, Hayden. I appreciate you, bro. They definitely won't disappoint you this year. Of course, Hugh Freeze will never disappoint you. AU256 is 28% from three, is not going to get it against Florida. Not when they're shooting a lot better. Auburn gets +4 on the field goal attempts, which is good. I was hoping it would be double digits. But at the end of the day, I mean, they just let Walter Clayton get too many buckets, and, yeah. Let's see, Terrence is throwing down the gauntlet here. He says, we better get Floyd Badunga or I am out next year. Well, let's see what they get, bro. They already got Keyshawn from UCF, who's going to be a really nice, probably going to be a stretch 4 for them. Probably going to be a stretch 4 for them, but could also play 3. So they've got a nice start to that. That was a really good player there. That's a top 10 portal player for sure, and I think they'll continue to work on Flory Badunga. My guess is that Flory's going to end up back at Kansas, but we'll see how that goes. Chip asked if Ja'Kai has entered the portal yet. I don't think it won't be long. I strongly believe that he will do that. I think he's really frustrated by being looked over, I guess, even though I think he deserves it. And I think he'll look to kind of get restarted somewhere else. Would definitely be I would be shocked, honestly, if he came back. Shocked. He's a great talent. I don't know that he's quite as good as the bunker thinks he is. He's kind of like a spectacular player where he dunks like Vince Carter kind of, but he doesn't have game like Vince Carter, at least not yet. So I think there's going to have to be a lot of hard work done from Ja'Kai to get to be the player that we think he can be. And I'm just not sure that he can get there. I don't think he's lazy at all. I just think he's just trying to get a hold of his emotions, which is not uncommon for an 18-year-old. I certainly had problems with that when I was 18 years old, and I think a lot of you guys, maybe that's one of the reasons that you like Ja'Kai so much, and one of the reasons I like him too is because I can kind of see myself in him a lot, and I grew up a lot from 18 to 24. I grew up a lot even more from like 28 to 38, but that's a whole separate story. But the kids grow at different speeds. They mature at different speeds, and I don't think we should hold I think sometimes we get lulled into this deal where it's like, well, Tahad did this, and Tahad's a different kind of kid, man. Tahad's got, yeah, he is more mature at this age, but that doesn't mean he's better. It just means he's matured faster. I think Kai's got a good future, though. AU88, my man. He's been here with us a bunch this year. Says, best Auburn team ever. Love you, Bruce. Please come back. Interesting idea there. And Rob B thinks Kai is spectacular. He's a spectacular athlete. He's definitely got some skills. I think the key for him is going to be to turn the tools, because he's got some, into actual skills. And I don't think he's particularly skilled right now. But I do like him a lot. And I mean, I think it would be great for him to come back, but I don't see it happening. God, it's hard for me. Like, I mean, you guys have been with me the whole time. Like, we've been doing streams 2-3 hours a game, 4 hours sometimes, since November. It's just a lot of investment into something that ends up hurting, you know? You're watching those games in Maui that were like at midnight and all that kind of stuff. Bill M., great question. Is basketball the hardest title to win? I think there's a case. Just so little margin for error. Yeah, I think you're right. I feel like football, in a lot of cases, yeah, there's just a lot of weird things that happen in basketball. And it comes down to one game here and one game there. Let's get Chip on the horn. He's calling in, and we love Chip. What up, Chipper?
What's up, guys?
Word.
Well, great season, man. I can't deny it.
It really was.
You know, you make the Final Four. It's a win. This is where we expected the team to get this year, and they made it. They didn't come through when it mattered, but hey, you can't win them all.
I know. I just feel like we've been doing this so long. It's been months. I mean, they have too. They've been busting their ass out here.
Yeah, they've been busting their ass a lot more than I have.
Yeah, I know.
So, anyway, I was saying Elite Eight was hopefully the floor for this team. I had doubts about that, the way they were playing going into the tournament. But they turned it up, and man, they played in the first half. Can't argue with that. That was as good a half as you've seen. Exactly what they needed in this game.
+8 on Florida at halftime in the national semifinal. You feel like that's pretty fucking good, right? And I felt good, but stoop up. You felt good. Go ahead.
Yeah, me too. No, I felt good, and you know, you can't see the way they played in the first half. Them coming out like they just threw up the stat. I don't know if you saw it when I threw it up in the chat. 12 turnovers, 8 field goals. You win a lot of games doing that?
Nope, not hardly any.
I would think probably close to 0. So, you know, that's what they did in the second half. There's no excuse for that. I know BP's going to go bonkers. But, you know, he's got to hug these guys and let them know how good they played and what they brought to AU this year. So,
yeah, the fact that I can't believe
a guy like Dylan goes out the way like this, because he played a hell of a game. He did everything Dylan Cardwell can ever do in a game, and you get a W when he does that.
He played great. I agree. And he's been good this whole season. He put a lot on the line to come back, because it's kind of put his life in neutral for a year, you know?
Yeah. And I was thinking about it earlier today with Dylan. I hope that he's going to do bigger things than basketball down the road. You can tell, but he's got the same kind of draw and personality that BP does. I'm hoping they'll let him be a GA, or he'll stick around somewhere in the coaching profession. I don't know if that's, you know him probably better than I do if you know him that much at all personally, but you know, I would think he's probably got a future in coaching out there if that's his thing.
I don't know about that. I think he's going to go into the like a more religious thing, kind of like what Jeremy Napier does with Auburn now. Yeah,
I mean that'd be fine. You know, he's got a charisma about him that guys like BP have. That's just what I was thinking. You know, who can Auburn get? You know, in hopefully 5 or 6 years to replace BP. They're going to have that same kind of attitude to keep Auburn relevant. And you know, obviously, you know, probably not going to steal Golden from Florida at this point. I'd still back a dump truck load of gold onto his lawn and make him say no 100 times.
You love that.
You know,
you love that.
But,
you love jumping. Yeah, you're always talking about put a dump truck on their fucking lawn. You do that during football. You do that during basketball.
Hell yeah. Make them say no 50 times and tell you to go away and get off your lawn.
Is that what you did with Miss Chip Chip? Is that how you coaxed her into this?
Some of it. That's kind of the strategy. It's a tried and true strategy. Hey, it worked once, so I can't work again.
Yeah, I know. I did the same shit. So no hate.
But,
no hate.
But yeah, I was just thinking that hey, Dylan's got a future in something, and he's got that charisma, and I would hopefully see him being a coach somewhere down the line. But if that's not his thing, hey, more power to him. All the success to him. He gave us 5 great years. I would say gave everything he had.
He gave every ounce he had. There's no doubt about that.
And so did Janai in the time that he was here, man. He balled. I thought he balled out pretty good today, and they weren't feeding him in good positions there in the second half. Like I said, as we all know, the guards just totally shit the bed in the second half. I mean, that was just pathetic.
Yeah, it was not good.
That's why you got all these all 3 of these guys, is to have good guard play in this point of the season, and literally none of them came through. I mean, you just got to have these guys hitting, some threes tonight. I mean, think about it. If each of them hits a 3, one more 3 than what they did, think about how that can change the momentum of the game.
That would change it.
That's all it took. And they had great shots. They had great open looks. It wasn't that they weren't having. It's not like they weren't having open shots.
Yeah,
plenty of them.
Yeah, Denver had a bunch of A+ shots. I thought
and Clayton hit every damn thing he threw up, just about.
I know, 5 of 8 from 3, 7 of 7 at the line. Like, he did a hell of a job.
Dude, I'm probably and I don't know shit about basketball, technically speaking. I know what I see when I watch it. That's how why I throw the grades out. I don't know crap. You taught me a lot more. I can't watch it and see all the mechanizations going on the floor, as well as people who actually know the game. But I know a guy when I see him playing, and I would have gooned the hell out of Clayton about halfway through the second half. He'd have been on the floor every time. I'd have fouled somebody out.
You'd have not punched him?
Put his ass on the ground every time he drives down there. Make him think twice about going in there if he's going to live to see another day. That's all you had at that point, because nobody else was stopping him. When it gets to that point and the guy's lighting you up and it's the end of the year and it's done, I mean, I'm saying play dirty. I'm saying foul the absolute hell out of him. Put him on the ground, take his legs out from under and sweep the leg coming through the lane. But, you get what I'm saying. Just you can't allow the guy to just keep driving like that and hitting floater after floater after floater off balance. I mean, hey, guy played a great game. No doubt about it. All credit to him.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Will, I'm going to see you, in a couple, 3 weeks now at the Orange Beach event.
Yeah, a couple, 3 weeks. Yeah, everybody get ready to come down there. I'll hit you up on the board about a couple little things here early in the day, but I know you're busy.
I don't know if you heard that
right now.
It looks like D. Lucky and Mrs. D. Lucky are going to make that.
Yeah.
So that's going to be
all right.
Idge. Absolutely idge.
Yeah. CJ dropped something on me in the chat earlier saying, hey, did you hear the news? And he never responded when I asked what news. So
great.
Excellent. All right. So now I know. Yeah, I'm going to get all the people lined up and everything here very shortly, and got that group me up and going. So keep an eye on that.
All right,
everybody
Chipper.
that's coming. All right.
Appreciate
it.
Thank you for the super chat, man.
See you next year. Oh, hell yeah, anytime. All right,
brother.
Before we go, everyone. Bye.
There he is, Chipper, the man himself. We love having Chipper as part of the family. And again, he hosts graciously, I believe, and also very professionally, because he provides us with more delicious food than we could possibly eat at the Orange Beach event, which is coming up, I think, in 2 or 3 weeks. If you guys are on the bunker, check it out, and he will give you information on how to get there and when it's going to be. Here, let me make sure I tell you guys the right information, because I'm really bad about dates and stuff. That is going to be on the 26th of April. So that's 3 weeks from today. MWD, we got some super chats to get to. I will get to these after this call from MWD. What's up, MWDvers?
Hey, man, I'm in the arena. Can you hear me?
Hell yeah. Which arena are you talking about, G?
The one where we just let something slip away.
Are you talking about in San Antonio?
Yeah.
Damn, I can barely hear you though. You're not really coming in super clear, but we'll see if I can hear you. How did that go for you? Was it a good trip?
Still a good trip. I'm going to hang around and watch Steve in Houston for a little, then I might get hungry.
Yeah, I understand that. And how are you feeling about this team? I mean, I know you're disappointed in the loss, obviously, but are you retrospect now about just what the season was like?
Well, first and foremost, you still have to be proud of them, and you can't lose sight of that because it matches our best performance in history. Some ways it's easy, but they were a great team, great players, guys we remember forever, guys that are always going to be, part of our culture. As far as how the game went, I think it came down to what we struggled with a lot this year, whether it's fatigue or lack of discipline. When we get ahead and have the opportunities to pull away, we didn't capitalize on it. But when Florida had that opportunity, they did. And basketball is no different than football in this sense. But to really compete with the other elite teams, you have to play the whole game like you're behind. There's never a point where you say, okay, we can let one go here or one go there and still be okay. You got to keep your pedal to the metal.
I'm having a hard time understanding you, dude. It's nothing you're saying wrong. It's like everything's really bassy and I can't hear very well. So I'm gonna have to tell you, I appreciate you calling in, but I love you, bro.
Yeah, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right, we'll see you, brother. You see, the last few things he said I heard clearly, but like most of that I couldn't hear very well. I just sounded muffled. I don't know. I'm an old man though. Sorry about that. I love him to be deep. He's a very, very valuable part of our community, but I just couldn't understand what he's saying on that one. It's not his fault at all. Super chat's coming through from AU88. Says, we didn't get job. No shame, no complaints. I love the attitude, AU88. And thank you so much for being here throughout the whole season. You were absolutely clutch. And thank you for always, you super chatted a bunch, and you've also just been here, and it's great having you around. BRT3, is one of my favorite bunkers, just for various reasons that you guys don't even know about. Says, if you would have told me 6 years ago 2 losses in the Final Four were ahead, I would have taken it with no hesitation. Sucks now, but proud to be an Auburn Tiger. Thanks you for the drain season, JG. Appreciate you, bro. Super, super supportive of, without going into too much detail, he's just off the board. He's very, very supportive of what we do at Auburn Sports, and I appreciate you super chatting us and just hanging out and being part of the family, brother, at Auburn Sports. Thank you so much for that. Also, Reynolds, I don't know if you guys saw this, Reynolds Wolf, the legend himself. Personally, my favorite meteorologist says he saw the score, been out doing flood coverage in Kentucky. I believe he's been in Paducah in Kentucky for the Weather Channel, just crushed, have no idea what happened in the game, trying to catch up. They played a great first half, Reynolds. In the second half, a couple things went wrong. I think they did not defend Walter Clayton enough, and he ended up having a great game. And they didn't shoot the ball well enough, and they turned the ball over a ton. 12 second-half turnovers for Auburn. This is a team, as you know, Reynolds, because you've been watching them all year, they average about 8-ish for an entire game, typically. And to have 12.5 is just difficult for me to understand. So that was the difference in this one. BRT, appreciate, again, that super chat. Also, Revenge jumps in with a super chat as well. Says, did Tahad teabag the wrong guy? Give a laugh on that one. Yeah, Peckerhead ended up not having a great game on 7 points on 1 of 6 shooting. So he should have probably tried to teabag Clayton, and maybe that would have knocked him off a little bit. Very well said, sir. I just want to go back to what BRT was saying. It's a point that we should not let get away from us. Now, Terrence and others are frustrated in the chat. But remember, when BP shows up here in 2013-ish, 14-ish, whatever. How was that sound? This program is at absolute low tide. They're trash. They are tied with Mississippi State for the worst team in this league. This league is trash. Auburn is a joke. Oh, nobody gives a shit. Like, nobody cares. I'm not even sure the players' parents care. BP shows up, says we're going to win championships, and you're like, okay, if you win one, we'll be lucky. He ends up winning a bunch. He gets the 2 Final Fours. BRT is not letting the sting of the moment lose or make him myopic about what's been accomplished here. So appreciate you keeping everything in where it belongs. That's what I would say. Horace from 3 also jumped in to say, appreciate you, JG. Proud of this team. Played our asses off. Shot horribly from 3. And Tahad's turnovers wrecked us in the second half. People taking shots at players and coaches are the worst. I'm not a fan of it myself. Mike jumps in with a super chat, who's truly, truly one of the badasses here. A bourbon blender, a drainer, a bunker, all the good stuff. Let's get some studs in the middle and get back here. Despite the outcome, this was fun. I like that you say that because I'm kind of losing personally like the view of that, but I appreciate you saying that. It's just tough, man, when you and these players put in and coaches put in way more than I ever do, and any of us do. It's just tough after 5 months of just, damn near daily thinking about it, watching it, talking about it, et cetera, et cetera. 6 months, I guess. 5 months, anyway. See, November, December, January, February, March. You're getting into your 6th month. To have it go out like this, and you're just like, come on, guys. Just put your foot down. Stop the turnovers. Shoot the rock a little bit better, It doesn't happen, but it's part of it. MWD jumps in to say, I thought it was the arena. It was actually just my headphones. Yeah, he sounded great. Like the last thing he said was super clear. So I don't know. It's kind of weird like that. Colby says it's tough because you just know how hard it is to even get to the Final Four. It takes like matchups, and you got to take advantage of the matchups. And there's always going to be like some weird shit that goes down that you've got to weather and push through it. And every team can't do that. In fact, very few teams can. And twice now in 5 or 6 years, Auburn's been good enough to get through that and get to the Final Four, which is the really hallowed ground. AU88 wanted to drop another super chat to amend his earlier and say also Chad atoned. He did have a fine game today, 18 points on 6 of 10 shooting. Had some turnovers that I thought were backbreakers in the second half, but he also had a shot there late that kind of kept Auburn, kept their hopes alive and, kept his emotions in check today, which isn't always the case, and played a good game, played a credible game. So I'm with you on that. It's my cat making all that noise. What is that? Let's see. Frank says, for context, Maryland has only been to 2 Final Fours, and think about how much more of a basketball program they seem, right? Maryland's done a lot of stuff through the years, right? They had a good team this year. Didn't quite get here. So, yeah, I mean, dude, I always feel like Final Four is the accomplishment. Now, Natty is huge. That's when you put the gold on the back of your jersey, And you always have that Natty. Oregon has one from a long time ago. Wisconsin has one from a long time ago. NC State has one from, I guess, what's becoming a long time ago. So if you have that Natty, it always creates that thing. But I feel like Final Fours are the key. You just get to a Final Four and you feel like you're fucking like that's where the big dogs are. They're at the Final Four, and Auburn has proven itself to be a big dog. Number 1 for 2 straight months. Won the SEC with 2 games to go. Had an AP All-American. Probably the greatest player in Auburn basketball history. What he did at Auburn. And P-Pass makes a good note. No more Under Armour. This is definitely going to be the last basketball game we see Auburn play in Under Armour. We had not talked about that. It will be Nike starting July 1st, and we'll definitely see some changes as far as that goes. Not sure how I feel about that. I'm kind of done with Under Armour in general. I was thinking it would be Jumpman, but ended up being just regular Nike, so we'll just kind of see how it goes. Chip says Nike incoming. Parlay that slave labor into some big W's. Come on, man. We don't joke about slavery, but it's thinking about it more as an economic thing. And Frank says, see ya, Under Armour. See, I was going to see if I knew any sports writers behind the commentators. Chuck Culpepper. The great Chuck Culpepper is behind Iron Eagle. The best American sports writer going today. Frank G says, how is the Nike gear looking? I do not know the answer to that. They keep that away from me. They know that I'm a sports writer. And they keep that away from me. That is for sure. Another opportunity to see Chuck Culpepper, my man. Let's see. BRT comes back in the chat to say, I told my wife years ago that the SEC crown is the mountaintop of Auburn basketball. Pearl has proven me wrong. Never thought a Final Four was a possibility. But now our program is transformed into title contenders, which is totally true. Terrence also says with these tariffs, is the Nike deal in jeopardy? Come on, man. That's funny, dude. I like that. I like the tariff jokes. I like tariff jokes, personally. What a season. What a season. I feel kind of speechless right now. I'm with BRT 100%, though. When BP got here, I was like, if he wins an SEC championship, I think that's pretty good. And now those have become, semi-routine. No, I don't want to say routine, but semi-routine. It ain't like he's got one or two or three. And he's got a tournament title. He's got some regular season titles. He's got 2 Final Fours. He's done more than I ever thought he would. Yeah, it's a hot Pettiford truther, says numb, JG. Just numb, yeah. Kind of feeling that way, too. I didn't feel that way in the beginning, and now I'm starting to feel it a little bit. And it ain't the bourbon, because I stopped drinking the Stag. I've been drinking this low-proof Redemption, so it's not too bad. Revenge jumps in with a super chat. Let me rephrase that. Revenge jumps in with another super chat to say, proud of our team, players, coaches, and staff on a successful season. There will be more of these, fam. This is not a flash in the pan. Ward M. Eagle. I know it's proven now, right? Like after the 2019 loss to Virginia, that was when the concern was, is Auburn a flash in the pan? Auburn is not a flash in the pan. Auburn has come back. Lightning don't strike twice. They've proven that they can get this done on a consistent basis. So, AU88 says, quit dissing Bruce and these players. Who's doing that? Is it? Maybe I'm just missing it. I haven't seen a lot of dissing of players, and I'm not going to stand for that. I definitely wouldn't stand for that. And you couldn't. I just don't see how you could diss Bruce. I mean, come on now. He's the greatest thing that ever happened to Auburn basketball, and that's just all there is to it. There's not even a second opinion on that. And you can be mad about Tahad having a bad game. He's had a bunch of big games this season. Terrence says, with how old these players are, does Nike make a slip-on basketball shoe? My man. And Mike says, at least you still have the magic bottle to open in the future. Yeah. Final Four bottle from 2019 will remain unopened for now. Will remain unopened. I wonder if they'll do a pick for this Final Four. If they do, I'll definitely stack it next to this one, and we'll have twice as much to drink the next time that Auburn gets here. 3 Final Fours for Kelvin Sampson. I had no idea. I really had no idea. I guess maybe he did it with Oklahoma and maybe one with Indiana or something. I don't know. I don't pay attention to Kelvin Sampson too much. I feel like he's like playing. He's like coaching in Wasteland. I mean, nobody cares about Houston. I know they're good, but let's see. Carey says Auburn gave this game away. Brew must have been really hurt. Wait, he played great, didn't he? Guards Kelly, Pettiford, Jones did not shoot or play well. You knew the guards had to play well to have a chance. They needed to defend a little bit better. That's for damn sure. We got Stoop Up on the line now. What's up, Stoop Up?
Hey, Jay, man.
What up, bro?
Hi, man. Tough one tonight, obviously. I took a friend of mine out and riding around the new ride for a little bit. I tried to. How's everybody taking it? You think?
Wait, are you talking about the Cybertruck? What's your new ride?
I got a new CRV. Got me a hybrid last week.
Oh, that's a good.
No, I'm not trying to lamp. I was honestly trying to I was having a hard time. I was trying to listen to you and talk to him at the same time, but I just regarding the game, man. I think I'm trying to compartmentalize it. I can take the whole year and just be super proud of the year, and I'm I'm just so excited. I'm just so happy how the year, like my wife said, this bunch was just fun to watch all year. They brought my family so much joy all year long. We got to go to a couple ball games. I got to see Auburn in the NCAA tournament. I never thought I'd ever get to do that. I really didn't. I never thought I'd ever get to do that in my lifetime. Because this basketball program was a dumpster fire, Jay.
I know. It was.
It was a dumpster fire. It was a dumpster fire for 10 from Cliff Ellis. I mean, I was excited. Like Jeff Lebo coached up here at Chattanooga. I thought, man, he's going to be good.
I know.
You know, that's how little hope we had, man. I mean, like he's going to be good. And he was trash. And I mean, I had kept an email from Paul Fine. I emailed the Paul Feinbaum show and was like bragging on him, like Jeff Lebo's going to be the man. Like, and Paul replied back. He said, I think he's a decent coach or something. And I saved that email for years. So like, it's so cool. You know, I got to answer back. And we didn't realize what Feinbaum would end up becoming and, you know, and what Jeff Lebo will be coming. And so I don't have that email anymore. But, and then the Barbie error that was Barbie, who in my mind is still the worst coach in Auburn history. He is still ahead of Brian Harsin for me as worst coach in Auburn history, in my opinion.
Brian Harsin beat LSU.
Yeah, he did. I remember I went one night. We went to a game one day, and I remember there was a young man. He played it in Chattanooga, and Auburn ran a play. He ran a play in the first half, got it around to the young man. He shot the ball, made it, and then Barbie yanked the guy from shooting the shot and making it right out of the game. Run the second half, did the same thing. Guy makes a shot, does the play, shoots, and I'm like, why are you taking the guy out that's making shots? I mean, he was just a dumpster fire, and this program was a dumpster fire, dude. Like, it was bad. It was comically bad. And Bruce came in here, just built it, just brick by brick, man, brick by brick.
He did.
And we got to go to the Final Four in 2019. It's the Cinderella. You know, made the run. And I had a hard time dealing with that Virginia loss for a lot of years. It's still the worst loss in my lifetime. And I was at the Rose Bowl in 2014. It was that game was I think that was the saddest I've ever been after a game. It took me. I didn't get over that game until this year. To be bluntly honest with you, and then to go to the Final Four again, to be the favorite, to go to the Final Four. I can't be disappointed in that. I can't be sad about the run. You know, we can take the game itself. We can talk about the second half and all, and I'm not going to do that. You guys said that a bunch. I'm going to be super proud of them. We'll take the lessons learned. We need to find a true point guard. I don't think these combo guards running point is the ticket to do it. I think that's a lesson we've got to learn. But he's already got the kid from UCF. He's got some good freshmen coming in. We're going to have to put it back together.
Yeah. And
that's okay. That's going to be a fun. We had the fun running. We've had the fun going with watching Dylan Harper and Bryce and Petaway and Wiley and Chuma go make this, and McElmore make the step up and finish it off in 2019. And then we got to do it again with Janai and Dylan and Simo and these guys, and we'll get to do it again. We may never get back. We'll get to do it again. I told you, I kept telling y'all these are the good times. I tried to tell everybody these are the good times. And I tried to celebrate them this year, and I'll critique the ball game tomorrow, but I'm just going to celebrate them tonight and enjoy it. And I just want to tell you, thank you, Jay. Thank you for thinking I'm a reasonable basketball fan. You said I was a reasonable basketball fan. I do appreciate that. I'm working on that for football.
You are doing good.
I'm trying to do good. I let some personal rancor with the head coach choice kind of cloud my vision there for about 18 months, you know, and I just kind of I kind of had to do some personal growth there. But it just feels like, I don't know, not that the rain's ever going away or anything like that, but it's going to be put up for a little while, and it's going to be a little different when we get back for football, and it's going to be a little different for basketball. I've enjoyed you. I put my headphones on and listen to you. I listen to you and chat on the drain is what I do now. With the guys in the chat there, thank y'all for putting up with me. It makes I think the world of every one of you in the chat there that are the regulars and the legends. I think the world of you, Jay, for making this. You revolutionized this, Jay. And there's a lot of copycats in the Auburn space, but you're the best at it. And wish we could have made the national championship, but dude, we went to the Final Four and we played a game. We went to the Final Four for a second time. It means it can happen again. And when we're there, I'll have my headphones in and listen to Commodore, my friend.
Oh man, appreciate you, Stu Pup. You're a badass.
You're the man, Jay. Thank you, brother.
See you, man.
Thank you, guys. War Eagle, everybody.
War Eagle. There he is, Stu Pup. We love Stu Pup. He is. He's such a rational basketball caller and chatter. And then football, he gets a little more carried away, but not bad. He just gets frustrated when they can't finish games, which, to be fair, is very frustrating. So we love Stu Pup, and of course, as Chip mentioned, the superest chatter. There's nobody that's super chatted us as many times as Stu Pup has, because when I first came up with the idea of starting to stream, he was the one that was like, among a small group of people, was like, you need to do this. It's going to be great. And he was here from the very beginning. And I appreciate you, Stu Pup. You're an absolute legend. We're all pulling for you and proud of you. You're kicking ass because you've had to overcome some stuff in your personal life. I should say professional life, really. And you've done a great job with that. So you're a stud. We have some of the guys that were at the game. I'm assuming Pocket was there. He's jumping in here. He's in a line at the merch tent. He says, "Look at this, can't have money." And also D Lucky, who I believe was in San Antonio, is in the chat as well. And I know D Lucky was fired up just to kind of be there to see him. So that was good. And Pocket says he made it into the tent. My man, that's what I'm talking about. Rob says, what was Stu Pup talking about with the drain? I think he was just talking about, like, typically what happens is, this last basketball game, like last year, we didn't pick up the brain drain until, I don't even know if we did a preseason one last year. I think I just went in with, like, the first game. So it's a long time to not have a drain when we've been draining twice a week for a while. And so I think we're going to have to change that this offseason. I think we're going to have to do, like, weekly drains. Or something. I don't think I can just walk away from it the way that I had before, because it's just kind of more part of my life now. So, we'll just kind of see how that works. Maybe we'll talk about it on the bunker a little bit about what the best way to do that is, or what day of the week is good for that. But I think we should keep it going for once a week. It's a family, and it's you guys are important to me, and I just think we ought to figure out a way to keep it going during the off season, I should say. Tim the Toolman Taylor asks, is Howard already in the portal? We thought it would happen quickly. Terrence says, JGT, let me put this in perspective. If Auburn lost to Florida in the semifinals of the college football playoffs when we were the number one team for a majority of the season, would we be acting like this? I mean, so here's my thought on that, Terrence. So what if we were going to be ragey about this, like, what would we be ragey about? Like, okay, so the confidence, I guess, that I would have in BP is 50 times what I have in Hugh Freeze. Now, you guys might feel differently about it. I don't know. I don't have a lot of confidence in Hugh Freeze. I have a lot of confidence in BP. BP has proven to me time and again that he's a great coach, that he wins a lot of games. In this game today, I don't necessarily think he got outfoxed. I think his players weren't quite good enough today, and sometimes that happens. So I don't look at this as a systemic failure. And maybe that's why I give BP more of a pass, and we all do, because of all the stuff that he's accomplished, and we don't have that on Hughes' record. I think that's a big part of it. Don Proper Dickin coming in from Holland says, been busy. I've been too busy to work in the drains. Ward Amigo, Don, appreciate you anyway, man. And we missed you on the bourbon blend, too, because you had some absolutely legendary performances in the chat and the drain. I'm sorry, the bourbon blend. We miss you. We hope work's going well, and we hope we get you back in the chat before too long. Thank you for the super chat, my man. Also, Joko said, can't wait for the golf drain. Come on, let's give a laugh to that one. If it was going to be a golf drain, we would just drink a lot and probably talk about girls a lot, which is fine, too, because I don't know shit about golf. It says JGT breaking down the 14th hole at Seaside during the SEC Championship. This is going to be a tough one right here. He's going to go with a 7-iron. Wind slightly left to right. I don't even know, man. I haven't played golf. I really never played golf, but when I have tried to play golf, it was 1985 at the Fortune Park in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So I just don't have any passion for it. But I would watch it with you guys if you wanted to. That'd probably be good enough to do it. Plain Truth says, please tell Hugh Freeze let's win at least 8 games. He'd like to win more than that. And I mean, they got a shot. They got players. I still think they need to get a few more, but it's just, yeah, I don't want to go too deep into it. I still got to cover Hugh, so I don't want to give him too much grief. Plus, it's a basketball show. Terrence says, my point is you don't get many opportunities to win national titles, and I'm saying we don't have the urgency for basketball that we do for football, and I think we need to have that mentality. I don't know how I just don't know how I feel about this, man. Like the urgency. They didn't have the urgency in the second half today, but they had the urgency in the first half. And I think in general they have urgency. And I think BP has urgency. And I think Stephen Pearl has urgency. And I think they recruit at a higher level, or at least as high a level as as football does. So I do think they have urgency. And I do think getting to a Final Four is a big freaking deal. And yeah, I just want Auburn football to get in a playoff to start with. I mean, Jesus. Like, they can't even get in the playoffs at this point. Like, dude, playoffs? They can't even go to 500 yet. Yeah, Frank, I'm with you, bro. Like, Terrence is an awesome chatter. I'm not saying that, but, like, I do think there's urgency. I just... Terrence is not blaming Pearl or the team itself because they don't have this attitude, but it's this ho-hum attitude of we'll get them next time that bothers me. What are we going to do right now? I mean, they finished 32-6. They were number 1 for 2 months. And I know I'm kind of making the case for you, which you're like, exactly, dude, they should have won it. But I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I think good folks, rational folks can look at the same situation and think different things. I look at it now as a very successful season and something that I was glad to have been able to cover and experience. Some people look at it that way I do. Some people are disappointed with not winning the title. And I don't think you're wrong, Terrence. I don't. I really don't. And you're not out here shitting on players. You're just saying you felt like, considering the body of work, that they could have done better in this game. And I think that's fair. So I'll probably feel differently tomorrow, but tonight I'm pissed. I think that's fair. We all handle it differently, you know. We all handle it differently. And I'm in a different spot, you know. I'm running a drain and I cover the team, and you know, maybe I don't have the same level of emotional investment that some of y'all do. And that's kind of what the drain does for me, is it creates emotional investment for me because I like doing a quality show, and I don't know. It's kind of, when you do my job for as long as I've been doing it, because I'm getting to be an old man now, like, I don't know, it takes more. I've had this conversation with Philip and Jason and B-Matt, guys who have been doing this 23rd, well, in Philip's case, more like 50 years, 45 years anyway. You got to have something that keeps your fire going, and the drain does it for me. So appreciate you guys doing that. Rob says, I have to find or get a guard player that can control the game. I definitely agree with that. I agree with that. I think they need, I mean, I just wish that JP had worked out, right? If he had been that number one point guard, it could have been different. Although I probably think that it would have stunted Tahad's development, which would be bad. And I also wonder what would have happened at wing, because you'd have Chad there and you'd have Miles there, and I don't know how you would figure that out. But so maybe it's just kind of like Bob Ross would say, a beautiful, what would he say about mistakes? He didn't like mistakes. He said it was a beautiful, whatever he called it. A256, my man from the Madison Mafioso, says we 100% had urgency in this game. Florida's a damn good team, he meant to say, and had just a few more fall in the second half than we did. I think that's fair. Joko says this season was a success. I think when and if Auburn wins a championship in hoops, it will be that team that was that good, not great. But BP got them to buy in. I don't know. Hey, just because I see it one way, don't mean that you guys are wrong. And I certainly wouldn't tell you that. Frank says, in my opinion, we're not talking enough about the no-show at McGee's. The problem is that it's just such an old story, right? I mean, that happened I think he ended up playing 2 shifts, maybe 3 shifts in the SEC play total. I just didn't understand. I never did get an answer to that I found satisfactory. D Lucky coming to us on the line now. What's up, D Lucky?
What's good, JG?
Well, not much right now, except you being on the line.
Well, I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, sad way, disappointing way, let's say it that way, for the season to come to an end. But, I mean, some of the same issues that we had all season showed up and inopportune times. First half, we looked pretty damn good. We looked like a championship level team. And second half, we came out and we did not have the edge that you need to get a championship home. We started out we have a 7-8 point lead, and promptly gave that away through just turnovers, just lazy passes, and just lack of effort. And that was, that's a big difference in the game. I mean, you hold that just to put a little more pressure on them towards the end, see if they can do it. But Clayton's the difference to me. We played defense on him relatively well, and a lot of times it just didn't matter. He was able to score on us, contested shots that we had wide open shots that we couldn't drop. He was making contested shots, and that's the difference. If we got him, Miles in Denver had a bunch of open looks that most nights they hit, and I mean, now if Miles shoots like he did in Kentucky, the game's over. First half, but he didn't, and that sucks. But I mean, successful season, no doubt. And to be back in this spot this soon after we made it when we didn't think we had a chance. I mean, just all respect for the effort that the kids went through this year, but just wish we could have had a little bit more for this game.
What would you say to people who are very stung by this one and think that they, forfeited a chance here to really get something done?
So I don't see that.
I don't either,
to
be fair.
To me, I don't get why you wouldn't just accept the fact that sometimes the other team is better. That just happens. Sometimes there's someone on the other team that's just better than the people on your team, and that is the case. I don't know what game they were watching, but it was very evident to me that the very best player on the court tonight played for Florida.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And when you've got the best guy and he plays his A or A+ game, you should be able to pull off a win like this, and that's what they did. And when you got essentially the second best guy on there, I think Janai played a great game. He had a lull in the middle, which might have been related to him, might have been related to his guards being able to get him the ball in position. But, it would be great if Janai had been able to play, an A+ game. I think he had a B+, A- game, but he wasn't everything we needed to get it home. And I don't think it was a lack of effort on his part. It was just, he's going against some very challenging big guys, and he was dominant for a stretch in there. And then I don't know, there was a couple of plays I just wish he'd come back. I know his right arm's not great,
right,
but I think he had great position. If he would just come back to his right instead of trying to go over the top of him with his left, I think he's just been in a better position to make it. But again, I don't know how bad that elbow really was. So. That's another part that stinks. No, he wasn't. That part stinks a little. I would have loved to have seen, because it seemed like he was almost 100% on the ankle last week before the whole fall and everything.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see him make it through that game uninjured and then play tonight to see if that was enough. That would have been the extra that we needed to get us over the hump.
Would you? I mean, so Janai leads the team with 14 attempts tonight. Did you feel like he needed more, or could have done more with the ones he had?
Could have done more with the ones he had.
All right, and 7 rebounds, D-Lucky, is not a lot for him.
It's not. And there were a couple of potential plays that, early in the season, I feel like he gets an and one, and he just missed them. A couple of them, he just didn't go off the glass. Just, simple stuff that easy for me to say sitting from my seat watching him. I don't know what kind of pain, level of pain he's in, or any of that, and how tough it is to get off his ankle and all that. So I'm trying to be cognizant of that part of it. But no, I think he wasn't 100%, and maybe if you were closer to 100, maybe some of those they drop, and then that opens up some more stuff, hopefully, for other players on the team. Like I said, the problem was we got some of those guys open tonight, and they just did not hit shots that we needed them to hit.
Yeah, Denver in particular, 3 of 9, 1 of 5 from 3. And I thought the quality of his shots were really good, D-Lucky. Like, he hits those.
They were. They were. That is normally he drops them. Everything was a little bit short tonight. I don't know if, the bigger backdrop made a big issue being in the arena, which a lot of times with shooters it does. But that goes back to the Clayton point. He was unaffected.
Yeah.
And that's when you got a game changer. Doesn't matter what gym you put him in, what arena you put him in, that cat's the same player everywhere he goes. And, that consistency to be able to play at that high of a level, again, that's where you get championships from.
Yeah, he's a badass. And like you said, he's the best player on the court today.
He was. Jahad had a little freshman mistake run, especially in the second half, because he had a couple of those plays where, just a little lazy, a little lackadaisical, a couple of passes to Janai, and those turned into run outs on the other end. Because again, we had done a pretty good job of guarding them and making them make tough plays when Clayton wasn't showing off. But we just gave them a couple of stretches through there where they got layups and dunks on the other end.
Yeah,
that we don't even give ourselves a chance to defend them. We couldn't play that way with them, and bit us in the ass.
What was it like being able to be there, man, in person, to see the Tigers play?
Man, it was great. It was great. Got to come out with the kids and just the experience. Life's short, so you got to try to do the stuff that you can. Your favorite team, your school, my daughter's alma mater, makes it to the Final Four. Who knows if this happens again? So, we want to try to do what we can to get out here. And shout out to Newman, just great dude, phenomenal dude. Love that guy. The whole experience of just, the way it's all set up, the fanfare, fan fest, just lots of different events around. It was cool just to walk around and kind of see all that, see all the, fans from different schools. It's just a different environment for that part. And then again, just to be one of the Final Four, because, there's lots of stuff that's up there, and then there were 4 different marketing and languages about the fact that there are 4, and just the conscious realization that we're in that spot. I'm not a young dude by any stretch. I've grown up my whole life watching the Final Four and March Madness, and to have the team that I loved playing in it was beyond phenomenal. So to be in the building and to watch them, it's great. The only way it could have been any better is if they were able to pull it out. But again, it was a great season. I feel for those folks who feel like to me, this is not, 2013 Rose Bowl where for all given, points, we probably should have won that game. Just lots of things that we had in our hands, our control, that we didn't do well to get it home. I don't have that same feeling tonight as I did for that game.
Yeah, you feel like they went out there and earned that win tonight. Florida did.
Yeah. Yes. I just feel, like I said, like if we play them again tomorrow, probably the same result's going to happen, because I don't expect our shooters to suddenly get fixed. I'm not picking on the guy, but Miles hasn't been right in a while. He hasn't had a good shooting percentage from 3 in a few games here.
Yeah.
So yeah. And then the other part with him, that's a challenge, is, when he's not hitting from 3, he's not the best finisher. He will drive, he will slash to the basket, but the results are extremely mixed.
Yes.
What he does with it. And he had a couple of those tonight.
And you're being charitable to say mixed, because he misses a lot.
Okay, we'll say that. Because there was that one play, it would have been great. It might have been enough to spin it and get us out of there. We get the break, we get the steal. Miles is up ahead. We hit up ahead, and he, gets the ball, dribbles, take a step back 3, and he misses it. Now, if he drops that, okay, the roof probably comes off the place at that point, because there was a definitely vibe on that, and that shot. There's an anticipation. But you get another guard who has the ability to drive and finish, and they're up ahead like that. they drive to the basket and finish over the top of someone like, Martin did on top of our heads.
Yeah.
No ifs, ands, buts about it. The ball was going through the hoop. He made sure of it. And if you wanted to foul him, that was going to be fine. He's going to take the and one, but he damn sure was going to make sure he scored on that play.
Yeah.
We didn't have that.
Just didn't have it.
Nope.
All right.
But again, hopefully folks just take a minute and just, again, appreciate the season for what it was. Appreciate the effort for what the guys gave. And sometimes the other team just has more than you do.
Hey, there's a rumor going around that you may be able to make the Orange Beach event in 3 weeks. D. Lucky, care to comment on that?
I can neither confirm nor deny those rumors, but I was just planning on that place being on fire.
All right. We'll take that as it is. Appreciate you calling in from San Antonio, G.
Absolutely, man. Hey, everybody, have a good night. Appreciate y'all in the chat, man. More damn Eagle.
See you, brother. Bye.
Peace.
There he is. How do I rate the quality of this call? 5 stars, as is customary. We love it when D. Lucky calls in. Just a great call. We have a lot of great callers, though. Mike jumps in with another super chat to say, none, and I mean none, of these 3 remaining schools can replicate the spirit and wholesomeness of Auburn University. I will sleep well tonight knowing that. Let's give him an applause for that. Auburn is a legitimately great school with a great support, alumni support and all that. My man, Duff Diver, calling in. What up, G? Also known as CDF.
Jay Jizzle, man.
What's up, man? I guess I'll list you as CDF.
Yeah, no, all good. Let's change gears if we could, because I think we could all belabor all the points that are all warranted, but it's tough. You see the stats, it's tough. But talk to me a little bit in the audience about the roster. What you think is returning, what you think is kind of ideal to go out and get, freshmen, NIL, portal. How do you see this thing playing out, and how do you think this team looks going into next year?
Well, he's still got a lot of work to do as far as getting this roster fleshed out. Now, adding Keyshawn the other day, he could play 3 or 4. He could play 2, 3, or 4. I think at 6'7", he played 4 for UCF this year. I think BP's thinking he's going to be a stretch 4. So that's a really nice piece. He was the leading scorer in his league, and I think he's pretty studly. Let's see what you've got coming in is Cade Magwood, who's 6'3" point guard, kind of a combo-ish player. Simon Walker coming in from Huntsville. He's going to be a little bit of a long-term project on that one. Abdul Bashir is a JUCO kid coming in, 6'7", probably going to play 3. He's a replacement for Chad Baker-Mazara, and I'm not sure how I feel about him. I like him. I don't know that I love him. And Sebastian Williams-Adams, who's a freshman coming in from Houston, where you used to spend some time, as I recall.
That's right.
6'7". I don't think he's ready to go in here next year and just absolutely ball out. So it's interesting that they signed 4 freshmen, because that's a little bit different than I would have thought that they would want to do. Looks like they're going to play a little bit. They're going to develop. At least 2 of these guys are developmental players. They've got Keyshawn to play 4, so you still got a lot of work to do. You need a 5. You probably need 2 5s. I think you need a number 1 point guard, because I worry about Tahad leaving, and I still don't know if Tahad's a number 1 point guard, right? I think he's kind of a slasher combo. So you need 2 centers. You need a power forward still. Well, at least a backup power forward. I think Chad will come back. I do think he'll come back, and I think Denver will come back. So you still need another Miles Kelly, and you still need a number 1 point guard. You need 5 players out of the portal.
So CBM and Denver, you think high probability of being back on the roster?
I do. I've not talked to either one of them, but they both have a very clear path to coming back if they choose to. I definitely think Denver will come back. Chad's 25 years old.
That
now.
seems very helpful.
Yeah, for sure. And I was hoping that Chaney would be able to come back, but these D2 guys have not been able to get cleared by the NCAA.
So if you're looking at just pure replacement, so you have you have the UCF kid or UCF and 4 other schools or whatever it's been. But
yeah.
he's going to play the stretch 4.
I think he's stretch 4.
So we really don't have any pure bigs though, right? So that's what you're saying. So we probably need to try to replace Janai and Dylan.
Yeah, I mean, replacing Janai.
We really don't even have anything, right? There's nothing on the bench that is in that position.
Correct. I was hoping that Chaney would be part of that solution, but I don't think he will be.
Yeah.
And I got a question in the chat saying that they think that the UCF guy is going to replace Miles, but I think he's going to play 4. He played 4 at UCF, and it sure seems like he sets up to be the 4 because they've got the JUCO kid coming in to play wing, plus Chad might be back to play wing. So I think he's going to be a 4.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like you said, replace Janai. Oh, that's real easy, right? Just the best player that ever played at Auburn. But, yeah, you need a 5. You need 2 5s for sure, without a doubt. And then you kind of work from there because I don't like the front court right now. Keyshawn Hall's not enough.
If the 2 come back, I think that makes it a lot easier to digest, right? Because I obviously the bigs aren't easy, but you're not having to find 4 starters. Essentially, you could go find 3.
Well, I got a guy in the chat, Plains Old Joe, saying, "What about Ja'Kai?" I just don't think Ja'Kai's coming back, brother. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, he's not a pure 4 either, though. He'd be like a stretch 4. Or
he's
3,
he's
right?
a wing. Yeah, I think he's a wing
3,
in real life.
3, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I think they're going to go out and get kids. And look, dude, kids love playing for BP. He's been great with the transfer guys he's gotten. He's made the most of them with a few exceptions. I know J.P. Pegues is one some people will point to, but, I mean, Janai is a huge W as far as that. He's going to be able to point to Miles as being a huge W, Denver being a huge W. They're going to get kids. They just got a lot of work to do, and they got to get going right now.
And I think I heard you earlier say that the Kansas kid you think might go back to Kansas. Like that might be the betting favorite.
To me, that's the betting favorite. Yeah, but he sure did love BP, man. He loves BP and Steven. So I don't know.
So is he refinancing that deal? Is that the strategy there? Or?
I don't know. No, I don't. Knowing him, I don't know him real good, but he seems like a really straight up dude. So I don't think he's just doing it to renegotiate with Kansas. But I just don't know. Mm-hmm. I also think he's kind of he sticks with what he says he's going to do. So he may feel like, hey, I told Kansas I would play here. I should continue to play here. I also have some questions about how good he is. Like, I know he was a terrific recruit, but like among the power forwards in the portal, I don't think he's number 1 or number 2. I think he's like number 8 or number 10.
Oh, wow.
So I think there would be some development projection on him. Do you know what I'm saying? I think he's great to have, but I don't think he's a guy you plug and play and say, oh, he's going to be an all-SEC player. I don't know that. Could be.
Yeah. No,
but I don't think he's made to order.
I think that makes sense. What is your read on anticipated, game-changing 5s in the on the market that might not be on the market yet? I mean, are there names that are thought to be considering, or like how does that even work at this point?
That's too far into the weeds for me. It ain't too far in the weeds for Burgo and Ian Borders, but it's too far for me. And they really like to keep that stuff quiet and secret. Like, they don't tell me shit like that.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
But I know that they spend hours and hours during the regular season doing scouting reports on guys that if they go in the portal, they've got it. I swear to God, they spend so many hours doing that.
They're ready to go.
And within minutes.
Do you think with Tahad, the Sharif Cooper situation maybe has some impact on his decision making? I mean, obviously, Sharif didn't have the ability to get NIL, but getting drafted much later maybe than he might have expected, not ever really getting a real look. I think he's successful in international ball, but that was I would argue that's probably far less than most people and would have assumed, and I think the hype would have assumed. Do you think that helps in regards to Auburn's potential to keep him, to be able to speak to that and say, hey, we would have loved to have had him another year. We think it might have helped.
I don't think it hurts.
Situation.
I don't think it hurts.
Similar kind of role. Yeah,
it doesn't hurt because Tahad really looks up to Sharif, and I think that was an important part of what got Tahad interested in Auburn to start with, because he kind of idolizes Sharif. It's interesting. Like a lot of us, CDF, like look at Sharif as like a pretty good player, but not awesome. But a lot of players love him, like because of all the creativity and the fucking nuts he had. You know what I mean? Like he was such a valorous player. I think players.
He had like a cult following.
Yeah,
I mean, he still does. I believe
among players, like he's so incredibly popular. So yeah, I think that watching watching a Sharif story unfold the way that it did may affect Tahad a little bit. He's a better shooter than Sharif ever was, in my opinion, long range shooter anyway.
Right.
Sure. But I don't think it hurts. I don't think it hurts. They got a lot of work to do, my man. They got to get a lot of dudes.
Well, it'll be fun. I think that it's disappointing, but I think if most people are honest, at the end of the day, we're kind of conditioned for this, right? So
yeah,
I hate it for the kids whose last game is today, right? For them, I feel terrible, but it's a phenomenal season. They'll always be able to recall that, and I assume they'll be legends in their own right in that regard.
Absolutely.
So, all
they
good.
Are legends.
All right, brother. Hey, thank you for what you do.
Man, thank you for always being so supportive, CDF. Appreciate you, brother.
You got it, man.
See you, man. There he is, CDF, the legend himself. Great super chatter, great bunker. And he also did what it took to take him and his daughter out to see Auburn play in Maui, which is dedication in my opinion. So CDF, appreciate him. And he's from it this way. He actually is from the state, the great state of Alabama. But his professional adventures have taken him a long way from here. But we appreciate him so much for being a big part of what's going on here. Let's see. Tahad Pettiford Truther, I'm sorry, says give Bruce Hughes NIL fund. He's actually earned it. Hold on, man. They recruit great. It ain't a lack of talent. It says let him get whoever he wants. Yeah, BP does get a little limited on that. But that's really a parallax. I think it's I don't know. I think it's a misnomer that you have to have the number one NIL budget to be the best team, because Auburn got to the Final Four on probably the number 6 NIL budget in the SEC. Something like that. And I think it's just a matter of managing your roster. Kevin Steele, who I think was as good as there's ever been about managing a roster, he didn't need a lot of money for that. And BP has always been great at roster management before the NIL and after the NIL, because he's just got this keen ability to understand personalities and talent and what he can deal with and what he can't deal with and how it all mixes in to a big pot. And I think we miss that part of BP a lot. People get caught up in the P.T. Barnum thing. People get caught up in he's so great with media. He's great in interviews. He's great glad handing out with the public. He's great at all that stuff. But I think the best thing about BP is that he understands people, and he understands how to talk to people, and he understands how to manage a group of people, understanding that kids are different people. You talk to them differently. You motivate them differently. You dangle carrots in front of, the same carrot doesn't work for Kai as it does for Janai as it does for Miles. It's different. I feel like too many coaches and too many managers who have nothing to do with sports that try to manage people the same way. I don't talk to B, Matt, the same way I do to Stoltze, the same way I do to Caleb. They're different people, and they react to things differently. PP gets it. Rob S. says Florida is 12th in NIL. It's very interesting. Solo Tigre says Steven says it's more like 8 to 12 in the SEC. I'm not going to, that's information that Steven has that I don't have, because I don't have that number. I'm never going to have that number. They try to hide that. Not Auburn. It's just the schools try to hide that from you. Steven's cool. Just saying that's not a number that we would ever be able to get. And it's kind of puffery for me, Solo Tigre. It's not provable. It's not disprovable. If Steven says they're 8th, fuck it, they're 8th. I can't prove it or disprove it. And I don't know that number would ever be known. Do you think Steven could speak authoritatively about how much Ole Miss has, or how much Kentucky has, or how much Georgia has? I don't think that they would give him that information, and they don't have to give that information to anybody, so why would they? Damon says, talking about earlier when I was talking about how great BP is at managing people and that you manage different people differently. He says that was the major step in my supervision development. There's no one way of doing things. You can't, if you're as a supervisor, if you're trying to talk to everybody the same way, you're making a mistake, in my opinion. And I think that goes for your own personal life. You just have to understand that different people are motivated by different things. And I wish that I could tell you guys some great stories in my life that have occurred like that, but sometimes it's disrespectful to do that. Chip says, does Todd Golden out-recruit BP off of this? I don't think so. Todd is a great recruiter, but BP is a great recruiter, and I think they'll just continue to go head-to-head until BP retires, whenever that is. Let's see. Terrence says, hot take, Auburn lost this game in the first half, not the second, so what his argument's going to be on that is by playing a great first half and going into halftime with an 8-point advantage, that was kind of like kryptonite for this Auburn team, which has a tendency to get ahead and then let off the accelerator. So he feels like had Auburn been down 8 at halftime, that they would have come out with that us against the world mentality, and it would have actually helped them a lot in the second half. The problem is that Auburn doesn't really find itself in that situation very often. Auburn's only lost 6 games this entire season, and even in this game, they were leading at halftime. And they were losing at halftime against Florida in Neville Arena, and it didn't help them in that game. So, I get where Terrence is coming from, but again, Auburn was down at halftime to Florida in their own arena in February and never made up much ground in that game. So they had it both ways. They had a lead at halftime, they had a deficit at halftime, and both times it ended with Florida being the better team at the end of the day. And I think, look, at this point, like Florida's beat them in Neville. Florida beat them on a neutral court in San Antonio. And let's give Florida the credit they deserve. They're a damn good team, and they're better than Auburn, and that's all there is to it. I mean, I don't really know what else to say about that. Mega Tiger, my man. Love having Mega Tiger here. He comes in late, but he's a big dogs walk late, right? Good season, fellas. Let Tahad to the draft talk should drop off the mountain now. We played scared, and not to lose in the second half. It's a shame. Can't win that way. War, damn Eagle anyway. Meg, I appreciate you, bro. I'm going to give you an applause. Not because Auburn lost, but because I appreciate you being here, bro, and being so supportive of everything we do here. AuburnSports.com, here on the Drain, etc., etc. And, of course, we got the similar views on Tristan Davis. There's no doubt about that. Let's see what else we got in the chat here. Still got a bunch of the legends just cranking out good stuff here. Stoop Up says, hot take, Florida is a great team, and it was a bad matchup for Auburn. I mean, guys, let's be real. Auburn lost 6 games this season, and 2 of them were to Florida. A third of all of Auburn's losses this year were to Florida. They're very good. And nobody's taking this harder than BP. BP loves Todd Golden. Okay, don't get me wrong. He thinks the absolute world of Todd Golden. But to lose to him twice like this is an absolute stinger. We got a legend on the horn here. Feel like a stranger. What up, brother?
JGT, what's going on, my man?
What up, man? It's so good to have you on the line tonight.
Absolutely, man. I wanted to call in. I mean, I think there's been some all-time callers, broken everything down. I mean, it's obviously, man, it was a heartbreaker. I mean, in the first half, we outplayed them, and we looked like a team that could win the whole thing. And then the second half, they came out and they went up another level, and we didn't match and missed some shots. And Clayton was unbelievable. Yeah, it's disappointing, but I don't know. I think there's a little too much negativity, but that's no shock, right? I mean, that's what we do as fans sometimes, is we overreact. But man, it was literally the best season of all time, and it's sad, I mean, and the truth is it's sad that we're not playing Monday, but if we would have made it to Monday, even if we would have won, obviously it'd be totally fine. But there would still not be any more games. Like, to me, that's kind of the saddest part, is just like we don't get to watch the team anymore.
I know. And it's a fun team to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And as other people said, no more Dylan. I mean, that guy, Dylan, that guy played a hell of a tournament every game.
He's
a lot of
super
people
underrated.
doubted Dylan. Yeah. And, man, I mean, he's the soul of the team. And, I mean, Janai didn't have his most efficient game, but I mean, our bigs were obviously not the problem. Hate it for Hod. Definitely didn't see that coming, He's shown up in just about every big game we've had, and we've had a shitload of big games.
Yeah, for real.
And yeah, I mean, that's gonna tear him up, man. I mean, I'm sure he's just beside himself because he plays his ass off and he wants those older guys. He didn't want to let those older guys down.
I know.
And I'm sure he feels like he did today. But Florida's got a hell of a team. They're gonna, whichever one of these other teams wins this game in a minute, Florida's gonna give them hell. It's probably gonna be a great national championship.
You hate Duke, right? You hate Duke. I hate Duke.
Oh, obviously, yeah. No, I mean, clearly want Kelvin, want Houston to win this one. And if they did, and it was them in Florida, I could watch that game and be totally happy either way. You know what I mean? Like, I got no hate for those guys, but yeah, no, I don't. No, of course I don't like Duke. But. And I'm not gonna hate it. We know how far this program's come.
Yes.
Two Final Fours in 6 years, 5 tournaments. I mean, it's unbelievable, man. I mean, that's we never thought we would see that. I was a little kid when we had Barkley and the Elite Eight. I don't really remember that. Then we had a lull, and then right when I was getting to Auburn, Cliff kicked it off. Kind of out of the blue, and then we missed a couple years and made the dance again with Marquise and ran into the Carmelo bus on it. Like, man, Auburn basketball is going to be a thing now. And then we were like, terrible. Like every year after that until Bruce came.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be mad about that, man. I mean, look, this was watching Auburn basketball was the good stuff this year. You know what I mean?
Sure,
like,
hell yeah, it was.
Life's got some stuff out there. You know what I mean? Sometimes, and I got no ill will towards that team, that coaching staff. Yeah, they got outplayed second half, and they got outcoached the second half. But it's an unbelievable season. As other people said, brought a lot of fun or a lot of pleasure. Hell, I got to go see them twice in person. I hadn't been to a game in many, many years, and got to watch them dismantle Purdue. Got to go down to Oxford and listen to all the hateful shit that their students chanted at Broome, and then got to laugh at him when he turned around and smiled after he put the game away. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It was a special team.
It was a special team.
I thought we were going to make it to Monday. You know what I mean? It was looking that way, but hey, it's still a special team. Lot more important things in life to be down about than Auburn, making it to the Final Four. I mean, shit.
Yeah, I'm frustrated too, bro. But I'm also just, I don't know. I've been doing this so long. Like, just getting to the Final Four is tough. It's Auburn in the Final Four.
That's what I'm saying. Right, exactly. That's 100% what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know you are. And
yeah.
I'm glad you got to see him twice, though. Purdue, I love you got to see him teabag Purdue. Fuck those guys.
Man, that was so wild, JG. And I think I might have called in at some point after that, maybe the next game, because I was sitting there and said, man, this Purdue team can play. And we were just wiping them. And the way that the team worked together on both ends, especially at that point in the season, was just unbelievable.
Yeah.
They were really playing with one purpose and one focus, and it was something to see. But a lot of other teams, got a lot better through the year. I mean, we were clearly the best early on, and we just, we didn't quite have the ceiling that maybe Florida ended up having. Obviously, Clayton was unbelievable. I mean, he got away from us a few times, but there was at least 5 or 6 shots that he made that you literally couldn't have played any better defense. I mean, guy just made shots. I mean,
he's a baller, dude. Shit. Straight up.
Yeah. He's been the best player in the tournament.
Yeah, I agree with you. Because every night he comes up like this,
Yeah, I don't really think it's even that close. And I mean, obviously, Bruins had some games, and several guys, but I don't really even think it's that close. He would have to really just completely shit the bed in the national championship game to not be the player of the tournament.
Yeah, which might happen because fuck Duke.
I mean, we're not even gonna put that out there, JG. It's gonna be Houston, but probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
We know how this goes. We've seen this movie.
I have seen that.
We're gonna hope it's not, but we know how this one. We know how this one tends to go. But man, I appreciate the drains, JG. I know you were hesitant at the beginning of the season, and but you did it. And man, it's been a hell of a good time. Every single game, we didn't miss one. You were on for every single game, and I appreciate that.
You were here for damn near every single one. It might have been 100% for you, and I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man, for sure. I appreciate you too. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your weekend. I hope everybody else does too. I hope everybody stays safe. We've had terrible weather here the last couple of days. A lot of people really going through it with tornadoes and flooding and stuff. So everybody just be safe out there. You know what I mean? And much love. We just watched Auburn in the Final Four again.
That's what I'm talking about. Appreciate you.
Yeah,
Feel
man.
Like a stranger.
I appreciate you,
See you,
JG.
man.
We'll holla.
Bye. There he is. Feel like a stranger. How do I rate the quality of this call? 5 freaking stars all day long. Feel like a stranger, by the way, makes me feel bad sometimes. Not on his fault, but he does work professionally. I don't want to go into detail. That is like so much more meaningful than anything I ever do. And sometimes I'm just some dumbass that talks on YouTube and writes the occasional column, and he's out here like changing lives. But whatever. I'll just put I'll just say, hey, man, this is what God gave me, and I'm not going to be jealous or upset about what other people can or can't do. You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm just babbling. Let's see. Chip says JGT dropped nuts on this season with all the brain drains. Appreciate you saying that, my man. Let's see. Somebody was let's see. Mike B says, after Maui, I knew we were a Final Four team. They definitely had that ceiling. Maui was when I said this team's legit. They've got some real ability. And the way that they were able to extricate themselves from trouble against Houston, because I was pretty sure Houston was a really quality ball club too, was encouraging. And ironically or not ironically, I don't know how you look at it, Tahad was probably the reason they beat Houston that night. And then tonight, I don't want to say Todd's the reason they didn't beat Florida, because I think it's more complicated than that. But a good game from Tahad, a Houston-level game, would have made it more interesting. There is no doubt about that. D. Lucky says, great call, feel like a stranger. And I think Ravin also was saying earlier, I really like this caller, so hopefully we get more feel like a stranger. You see him a lot on the bunker as well. He posts a lot on the bunker, so I think he's underrated. I think some people don't realize how wise he is. Justin H., but not Justin Hokinson, says, JGT, would you rather go out like this or get boat raced against Duke at half strength? Great question. I feel like a stranger kind of mentioned a point where, there's no more games to play and it sucks. And if you'd gotten to the last game of the season and you lose to Duke by 20, which I don't think would have happened, I don't know. Maybe it's better because you're like, hey, at least we made it to the last game, and nobody else aside from Duke can say that. I don't know. Mike says, I'm getting pissed about these Bammers having such a good time after our loss. Look, man, the first minute you start worrying about Bammers is the first minute you're taking an L because, I don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. I just look, man. We're going to do a show this summer about little brother syndrome, and I'm not saying you got that. You don't got that, but there's other people that do, and we got to find a way to get rid of it. It's an endemic. It's been going on for a generation and a half. Feel like a stranger who just called in, had a great call. He's going to super chat. He says, bullshit, JJ. You help people, and you curate 2 communities that give people connection. It was huge during COVID. Thank you for saying that, sir. It's very nice of you to say that. And I appreciate you being part of it all the way back to COVID when we were having fun. Really just in a weird situation. Ephesians says, Mike, just ask them what time Bama tips off today. But you don't have to ask him about the baseball game today because I don't really want to know how that went. Just kidding. Let's see. Chip says flag is 900% better than anyone Auburn can run out there. Sucks donkey dong. By the way, my dad lives up near Damariscotta, Maine, which is where he's from. I think it's technically what they have so many little towns up there in Maine. But my dad's from I don't want to say he's from there. He's from Lebanon, Kentucky, but he lives one or two little villages south of where Cooper Flag's from. And when I was talking to him like a month ago, I was like, "Hey man, Cooper Flag's from up there." He's like, "Yeah." I go, "You pulling for him?" He's like, "No." I go, "Why not?" Because he goes, "He plays at Duke." I go, "What does that mean?" Because my dad's kind of old, and he goes, "I don't give a shit about Duke." I'm like, my man. And my dad's a Louisville graduate, so, that's where he's coming from. Anyway, I'm glad my dad, who's like almost 80, can be like, "Man, I don't give a shit where this kid's from. He plays at Duke." And that's all there is to it. King Buck jumps in with a super chat to say, Final Four life. That's the right attitude, man. If you live in that Final Four life, if your team is in the Final Four, I don't see why you got to be tripping. But I also respect Terrence. He's got a lot of emotional investment in this, and he just thinks Auburn, based on the body of work, could have, should have done more in this game, and I'm not even trying to hate. I think we can all be happy here, and nobody's being disrespectful. That's what I really like about it. Oh, here he is. King Buck says, a.k.a. MW Duncan 09. Look at you, bro. Had a chance to ran into MW Duncan at the Supercharger in East Chase the other day. His car was actually older than mine and prettier than mine. I don't know how that happens. I said, "Is that thing brand new?" He goes, "No, it's 2 or 3 years old." I go, "Fuck, looks really good." Anyway, glad to have you. Said you were going to be here, and you were here. So you're a man of your word, and I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for that. Let's see. Kevin says, quote, "I feel like they stopped working the way they coached." He's quoting BP post-game on the offensive laps in the second half. "I feel like they stopped working the way they're coached." That's interesting. Rob says, "My favorite town in Maine." Which one? Damariscotta? I think my dad technically lives in, I don't know. I better not say it. No, but not that anybody gives a fuck, but I don't know. It's not worth it. Kevin says, BP numerous times mentioned they weren't running the offensive plays they were called for what it's worth. So we were kind of noticing that, right? People were like, "What are they running, JG?" And I'm like, I don't know. He's not really calling plays. It didn't look like he was. I don't know. Underarms 2012 says, "Where was SEMO tonight? Why were we only 7 deep?" I mean, look, man, I'm going to say this as respectfully as I can. I mean, this rotation that you see right here on the left-hand side of your screen, that is the rotation they've been using for like 2 months now. Like, with the rare exception of Kai getting a few minutes or Sir Turtle getting a few minutes when they're up big or down big. I mean, these are the guys they rely on. They have the starting 5 plus what I call lineup 1.1 or 2.0, whatever, where you add Tahad and Chaney in there and you shift things a little bit. That's it. It's really a 7-man rotation. Now, SEMO gets in there. He played 2 minutes in the first half, 1 minute in the second half. I mean, and he's just helping a little bit when they had some foul trouble for Miles and Denver. But, like, that's the rotation, my man, and it's been this way since February, so I don't really know what to say on that one. Justin H., but not Justin Hokinson, says, "Appreciate your work during the season, JGT. There's so many examples of Auburn men on this team." That's absolutely true. And they've been a joy to follow. Thanks for giving their season the attention it deserved. Thank you so much for saying that, Justin, and thanks for being part of the family here. This team was definitely worth it. And in November when we fully committed to doing this, I was kind of like, people were pulling for it. And we've never really done money basketball drains before. But I was like, let's just see this thing through. Might as well. And they have been more than worth it. Yeah, Rob says King's Elders. Holy shit. Of course there's one. Of course there's someone who knows. King Elders Pubs in Damariscotta has an elite bourbon selection, my man. All right. Word. Badass. Well, my dad lives in Noblesboro. So not that you care or no, anyway, he does. William says, "I don't understand not using all your players." Well, I guess in that case, Todd Golden, who's not going to play for a national championship on Monday, he's got some questions to answer. Because he only played the same number as Auburn. He only played 8. And one of those guys, Handlogton only played 9 minutes. So where are the other guys on his roster? I think he's fucked. In fact, I would probably disqualify him from the national championship game because he's not playing enough players. I got a lot of questions about this. Brandon J says, been a fun season, JG. Thanks for committing your time. No, bro. Thank you for committing your time. Much more valuable. Much more valuable. Because again, if it's not for you guys, I'm a punk shoved inside a can talking to myself. So thank you very much for being part of our family here at the Brain Drain. And again, it's going to be a different off season this year because we're going to do shows, probably live, but we'll definitely be doing some taped content as well as we get toward football season. We got to talk about basketball roster reorganization and probably talk about the Nike deal as it comes up. That's going to be a big deal when that kicks off. So we'll have to get new, apparel and all that kind of stuff. Well, I'm probably going to wrap it up there. This is definitely a record for Basketball Brain Drain, 4 hours and 40 minutes now. I think our record previous to this was about 3 hours and a half, so we're way past that. We absolutely blew it out. Kevin says, LOL at JG calling out Golden. I would never do that. He's amazing. He does great job. He does great work. D. Lucky says, William, all players are not at the same level. Everyone is not ready to contribute at the same level. You're damn right about that. And Underarm says, where does the roster go from here? Who returns? We just had a long talk with CDF about that when he called in, and we talked about it on the air. But they're going to have to add 5 more players in the portal. They've already added 1. They need 2 centers, a power forward, a number 1 point guard, and we'll just call it another player, a flex player, somebody who can score, somebody who can shoot, et cetera, et cetera. Terrence says, JGC, everyone needs to play. Are we going to play Little League now? Everyone gets at least 1 at bat. Yeah, right. It's going to be T-ball, right? Everybody's got to play. And Kevin says, I knew you were being facetious. I was just playing around, man. I'm just having fun. All right, I'm going to wrap it up there, guys. Basketball Brain Drain season comes to an end. We are not going to shut down the drain. We'll probably, start doing some live shows once a week, and I'll talk to you guys on – oh, no problem, Underarms. No big deal. I'll talk about it on the bunker, too, because you guys deserve that as well. Sad, man, to say goodbye to the Basketball Brain Drain. It's been like such a part of my life for 4 months or something, 4 or 5 months. God, I'm about to get emotional about it. I just appreciate you guys being here. Seriously, it means a lot to me that you guys are here with me. And I see a lot of you guys in Orange Beach. And those of you who don't see in Orange Beach, we'll be doing shows through the summer. And I just ask that you guys stay with me here on the Brain Drain as we do football, and we'll do basketball next season. We'll attack it with the same kind of intensity and passion. And I suspect that BP will put himself, BP and his staff, I should say, put themselves in a good position to have another good ball club. Going to miss this one tonight, though. Going to miss it tonight, but yeah, that's the way it goes anyway, guys. I'll wrap it up there. I will see you guys in the future. And we'll say goodnight to a great season. Yeah. All right, guys. Appreciate you. Love you guys. Thanks for being here, and thanks for making this this project what it's been worth. It's been awesome. See you guys. Peace.